spotlight and see if they can make it. Some of them for the third time into the season, so a great accomplishment. But the focus today is, of course, this tournament, and we're gonna go over the format to see if anything has changed. Hint: it hasn't. Scar, take it away.
So for this format, for those unfamiliar, is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players. They're going to play a best of 3. Now for the Giant Slayer format, we've got them bringing 2 decks that do not overlap regionally. Once they grab a win with one of those decks, they have to swap and get a win with that second deck to finish off the best of 3. We are running a double elimination bracket as always. So after the player loses, they do have a chance to work their way back up through that lower bracket. And it creates the opportunity for the grand finals to potentially have a bracket reset. The players are going to be also trying to divvy up this $200 prize pool, with first place taking $100, $50, $35, and $15 down the way there. So very classic format, a lot of diversity brought by the format, and it's, one that's definitely grown on me.
Let's check out the players for today as well, because we have, like you said, a stacked roster of players, all seasonal participants, some, seasonal winners, like we're seeing with Dan at the top of the bracket there, the Frenchman. Against Broken Ball, Italian player, hasn't really had a huge splash in the seasonals or EU matches, but has been around for a long time as a consistent player in many, many tournaments. Ultraman and Gamebreaker, 2, experienced veterans of the EU scene from Belgium and Germany. Petish, the Russian that we don't know too much about, but he made a very big splash winning the last seasonal, so definitely deserves to be here against Pepsicola, another veteran from Portugal. And then we have Trish Fangirl69, the best name in the esports scene for Runeterra. He's from Norway, of course. He was in EU Masters and also in the last seasonal tournament. And Kamilari, representing Spain. The cool thing about this bracket and this tournament is that we have a player from from 8 different countries, not every single country. That would be quite difficult to do with an 8-player bracket. There are many countries in Europe. For those Americans that might be watching, that is a true fact. But we have 8 different countries, so that's going to be cool to see diversity and maybe to kind of crown the best country in Europe. Hint, hint. It's maybe Spain. Let's hope Kamilari makes a big showing in this tournament.
Well, Kamilari has the caster blessing and the Spanish passive buff that just naturally exists in Fight Night EU here, apparently. But the first match that we do have set up is going to be Den versus Broken Ball. Den, as we already mentioned, was a previous seasonal winner and has just been trucking right along with practicing and just trying to improve as a player, right? And now just coming back and trying to remind everybody, what a strong player he actually is.
And Den is from Hearthstone originally. He had a coach role with TLG in coming into Runeterra. Then he won the seasonal. He's like, why am I coaching? I should be a player instead. He also writes some great articles on Runeterra CCG. So just overall, someone that's, I think, contributing a lot to the Runeterra community. And that first seasonal win really put him on the map. Broken Ball, Italian, very young player at 20. But even then, he's been around, the entire, I think, span of Runeterra's esports scene. He's been there. Maybe not as, the most dominant, top 1 finisher or tournament winner, but always kind of top cut, always top 8, always top 4. So kind of definitely, I think he has a kind of a curse where he always gets 4th in tournaments, I believe. But hopefully for this one, he can break that and maybe get the tournament win.
Yeah, he has a reputation for being an extremely solid player on the ladder. Very high finishes, especially across such a powerful region as Europe. And I think it's just been a little bit of bad luck with the tournament lineups, I think. Like some very sometimes off the wall decks, or sometimes even bring lists that end up becoming meta a week or two later, just maybe a bit too far ahead of the curve. So it's interesting to see. But we're going to take a closer look at Broken Ball's lineup this week with an interesting idea to revisit Fizz Twisted Fate. This was a deck that we saw time and time and time again, not just in tournaments, but on ladder, and everybody kind of got tired of and really got put on the back burner after the recent nerfs. But a lot of players have been claiming that this is still a very strong list if you can pilot it well, and Broken Ball is going to try to demonstrate that for us today. It's a very classic spread. I don't think that much has changed with the deck's construction, just mostly perhaps the play style. We do have the one Pool Shark in there, of course, is not a real 1-drop, but some players do still value that little bit of extra card draw.
And, bringing this deck, it's a risky move because it did get a lot of nerfs. It was, the very oppressive tier 1 deck last patch, got a lot of nerfs, and now is it still playable? Is it still competitive is the biggest thing. So I think on ladder it's fine, but is it still competitive in a tournament setting? And that might be the reason Broken Ball brought it, to try and maybe test it out, maybe for seasonal, etc. Could also just be trying to trigger the PTSD of Den. That's a legit strategy. Some people have nightmares playing TFAs are not going to go away with just patch. Those things are going to be in your memories and in your brain forever. And that might be the strategy here, just trying to trigger the mental lapse from Den. We'll see. His second deck is also going to be, I think, an interesting one. We picked this matchup because there are 4 unique decks. And we're going to get to showcase, I think, a little bit of everything. Some Nightfall coming back into the fray after had a really good showing last week. So I'm not surprised to see it come back. I think maybe finally, the same way that Spiders got their own kind of come up and are certainly kind of more relevant now, I think, not just in the meta, but just overall in the top of mind of some players. Nightfall might have the same resurgence happening now.
Yeah, the inclusions here that we really haven't seen too much of in Nightfall is the Cloven Way. This card's effect is very powerful. Everybody knows how strong Gravitum was. And packaging that with a unit, I think is going to be great towards the later stages of the game. Maybe duplicating it off of Stalking Shadows. Very powerful. Of course, we have the Gifts from Beyond technology to maybe get an emergency Gravitum, just double dipping on that powerful stun. So overall, I think that Nightfall is a good idea to especially round out this lineup. Twisted Fate Fizz also is getting a bit bullied by the more aggressive and burn-centric metagame that we saw right after the nerfs. And now that that's sort of settling down a bit, I think that this is a great way to sort of cover that weakness of aggro.
I was waiting for you to mention the Gift from Beyond. I was gonna say, how long will it take for him to mention it? I think it's a great card in Nightfall, like you mentioned last week, and we're gonna see, I think, much more of it this week. But right away, it seems like we're starting off TF phase against what I believe is gonna be a pretty unique take on discard aggro you mentioned earlier when we were off stream.
Yeah, the discard aggro here actually includes a couple copies of Suit Up and also survival skills, opting to cut the arena battlecaster. So not as much of that really wide, early, powerful swings that we'll see this deck come through sometimes. It's more about setting up a board and keeping it alive, to perhaps taking a page out of Fizz Twisted Fate's book.
And Ballistic Bot just kind of was the test experiment there. Definitely gets taken down by this new combination with Suit Up in the deck, like you mentioned. So very interesting results so far. We'll see if maybe this is just a kind of the adaptation to the current meta. Let's see if maybe Dan, I think he's a great deck builder and player. Maybe he figured out this is the way to go with discard aggro for this meta.
The discard aggro into Fizz Twisted Fate is actually pretty storied matchup, because discard aggro, as you've talked about before, is a list that has always been present in the meta, pretty much regardless of whatever else is happening. So this matchup has happened a lot. Having the Daring Poros to be able to chump block each other forces discard aggro to really rely on crowd favorite to get that damage through. So with survival skills, Den could be doubling down on that strategy, and it could pay dividends for this, matchup that a lot of people probably weren't anticipating.
And just a quick note, Dan is currently not on camera. That is a different French stream, I believe, recasting his matches and casting them in French, I believe that is the case. And he is not currently on the webcam, but he is, of course, the player. So you might see, the person on the webcam talking or not syncing up with what the play is happening. That's the reason why.
And nice pick a card coming through there. Broken Ball just opting to reload. Den hasn't done anything incredibly aggressive yet. Again, Suit Up on the Flame Chompers has just been for board control. And this has given Broken Ball a little bit of breathing room to draw through, look for these resources, get set up. We all know that discard aggro famously sort of crumples to a well-timed red card. So Den is going to be on the lookout for that. But a pretty safe bet here to attack with Jinx, which is rather nice.
And kind of the dream, having Jinx on the board so early, hoping to flip her very soon as well without there being removal, is going to be the ideal situation for Den here. There is, of course, some removal in Broken Ball's deck. It's usually used as burn. We have Get Exciteds and Mystic Shots, but in this case, they might be targeting a pretty vital unit, and pretty a unit that if it stays on the board can be very, very good for Den as well. So I think Broken Ball is going to try his best to try and remove this Jinx from the board soon.
It's also interesting to be in this matchup right now. We don't have eyes on Broken Ball's hand, but we know that the strategy is going to be the same either way. Draw as many cards as you can, get those Burble Fishes out, get them discounted. The version of this list, because Den potentially has more elusive blockers than a normal deck, you're going to have to do a lot more work in terms of burning the enemy Nexus and maybe trying to set up for like a bigger Mind Meld play. So the few elusive units that do go through actually matter. Get Excited now being put on the stack to just take down the Zap Sprayfin. We can tell that after the Iterative Improvement was cast on it, that maybe Broken Ball is looking a bit thin on resources at the moment.
And of course, we have now a crowd favorite without, much of a wide board. So a card that's not going to feel as good to play right now. You do want to play it, of course, because you want Jinx to level up, and you have the Rummage to assist with that maybe next turn after you get the card draw. So it looks like the survival skills will help Jinx survive for this turn. Next turn, if I Get Excited is threatened on Jinx, she has a chance to level up and suddenly go up in her health. So heads up play here from Den, I think.
I like this concept too. Like, just getting the preemptive survival skills on the Jinx means that you're also threatening any further development. You have a nice 4-1, which is a fantastic threat into the Ballistic Bot, and Jinx maybe just being able to survive a counter Get Excited.
And 3 mana is available for Broken Ball, but I'm not sure he can really do much about it. He might have to use a Signition that he would have liked to discard, possibly with a Get Excited. So overall, Den, I think, really thinking not just in this current moment, but kind of a little bit ahead and seeing what his possible plays are, considering that he has, well, he just goes for the Rummage right now. So Jinx just levels up immediately now, and he's taking care of that with survival skills now as well. Definitely will be helpful.
Ooh, so doesn't even try to do anything with like crowd favorite and then get that buffed up. He says, you know, that's not really worth it. The stats aren't there. I'm going to keep extra mana open, potentially being able to re-clear my hand. Here it is, Draven generating a spinning axe. So the Poro Cannon will be able to discard that. Unfortunately, and actually, yeah, that will count as a second clear to get a rocket this round.
And he has a chance. Yeah, I mean, and once again, you reconstruct your board for the open attack next turn as well. You're going to have Draven that has obviously quick attack, Jinx that has quick attack, elusive Poro. So it's definitely, I think, a great combination here. Where you thought, you thought the turn was over kind of for Den. He wasn't really going to play anything. He couldn't play the crowd favorite, but now suddenly he has a lot of fuel.
The ability for this deck to rely on Jinx and lean into that win condition really hard is something that really classic discard aggro players kind of know about. And we know that Den, you know, just as a longtime player, has had some experience with this list. And we saw, like previously with Salty Simon, who was playing out the Jinx just essentially as a big quick attack unit. If she lives, she lives. If she dies, at least she absorbs a removal from the opponent, just trying to play for tempo. But Den's variant, you know, maybe slowing things down, being a bit more mid-rangey, allows you to focus even more of your energy into what is a very strong win condition, these repeatable death rockets.
And there's the Burblefish now at 2-1 stat line, so not as threatening as it used to be. Correctly played after the rocket from Broken Ball, obviously the play to make there, but very easily trades with the Poro Cannon, so not much value from it. And the Ballistic Bot, you could have just not blocked it and had the quick attack for Draven on this next turn, but it looks like he just opted to not take the 6 damage, just trade Ballistic Bot for the Draven.
And so 6 damage coming through. You can maybe even spinning axe here to do 7, and then set your opponent down to rocket range. Yep, does go for it. You also have the survival skills, a fantastic top deck. This means that there's no double Mystic or Get Excited Mystic possibility here to remove the Jinx. This damage is going to go through. Fizz Twisted Fate does not have healing. You just need to clear your hand one more time to get that rocket.
No healing, no frostbite effect, obviously. So at that point, once survival skills was used, there was literally no way to stop that 7 damage from coming through with the clear board on Broken Ball's side. And with the rocket coming in after to clear the 4 damage remaining, there's a surrender from Broken Ball. He did the math. 7 plus 4 is indeed 11, and he is indeed dead. So game 1 goes to Den. Not the high roll we expect to see or we're used to seeing with discard aggro, because he didn't go wide, he didn't pick our favorite, but I guess it has many different ways to high roll, because that was pretty nuts. He drew the right cards in the right order, and from 15 health to 0 in 2 turns, and with very little mana played as well. I think it was 5 mana on that last turn, and then no mana really on this first one. So pretty crazy plays from Den.
Yeah, Jinx, fantastic champion. It's something that you kind of miss out on when it comes to discard aggro, because you're so used to just go wide, crowd favorite, bada boom, bada bing. And Jinx, that death rocket's so strong. And hopping into the next round, Broken Ball is actually going to try to shift gears here and go for Nightfall into the Nasus Thresh on Den's side. When you're playing Twisted Fate Fizz versus a deck with a ton of early aggression and Blighted Caretaker potentially to sort of answer your backline, it is going to be a rougher matchup. So Broken Ball is opting for something that has maybe a bit more counterplay to it. Something with Gravitum, for example, can stop Nasus. But already off to a great start on Den's side, and Broken Ball now on round 2 needs to try to develop this board or take a lot of damage.
And Nasus Thresh, of course, a list that was kind of forgotten in the last patch. Once this patch hit, a lot of big decks got nerfed. Suddenly, it is now the number 1 deck in the meta in ladder right now the past week, alongside maybe a deck like Ezreal Draven, for example. So pretty crazy turn of events here for Nasus and Thresh.
The list, yeah, it had a lot of very strong ladder performances, especially over the last few days. A lot of players have been really turned onto the deck and have been singing its praises. And now we have a chance to maybe see its tournament performances, as several players did bring Nasus Thresh. But here comes Diana now. This is exactly what you need in this matchup. Something that can come down early and kind of thin things out to keep them falling too far behind.
Looking at the win rate numbers on ladder, these two decks have about a 50% matchup against each other, so it's going to be pretty even here. The decks, of course, for this tournament might be built a bit different, which might sway the win rate one way or another, but overall, I think it's going to be a pretty even matchup.
The addition of Moonlight Affliction in Broken Ball's variant maybe helps a lot. You just need to deal with that Nasus atrocity is the thing. Sometimes you can actually battle this deck down to the point where you're just about to stabilize, and the threat of atrocity just makes it so hard to commit to any of the late game plays you really want to. Fortunately, Nightfall operates outside of that restriction, where a lot of things they want to do are pretty cheap. Once they especially get into those higher stages of mana, they can do a lot with a little.
We'll see if Diana has a chance to survive here. Maybe a Pill Cascade can help against this 2 damage coming in from one of the saplings. There is a Black Spear in hand regardless, so if you want to do a cleanup crew play after this, you can. If you are Den, there is 3 mana available. And there's Pill Cascade that we mentioned, so Diana to survive, but at what cost? Will a Black Spear be played? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to tell, really. I'm not sure how valuable it is to play it this turn. It's going to be doing only really 1 damage to already weaken Diana.
Yeah, and I believe that was the Diana's Pale Cascade, so you do get maybe a little bit extra value there to clear this Diana. And a lot of this board is ephemeral, so if you go Black Spear, you're just trying to keep the board even. If you're afraid of what Broken Ball might develop next round, we've got the Duskpetal Dust in hand. That opens up maybe Crescent Guardian, or perhaps a cheeky, very early Nocturne to try to get some damage through to put Den on the back foot. But overall, keeping the 3 spell mana open just lets you set up for Atrocity in the mid game or Rite of Negation. It really depends on how confident Den is, I think, on the aggression that he's able to put out here in the next round or two.
And I think some decks maybe have maybe more of a problem activating Black Spear, so they might think, okay, it's activated now, I should get the use out of it now while I can and take down Diana. It's a pretty good play, but this deck has obviously a lot of ease with slays and with killing their own units, etc. So I think that's definitely not really consideration, and you might opt to go for a more optimal play in this turn or the next, possibly.
And rewarded, actually, by just getting the Thresh potentially off the top to develop here. Going to keep the mana open, knows that Broken Ball really wants to attack. Yeah, look at this, going for double flight, got it off the Stalking Shadows. And I think this really gives us insight into Broken Ball's hand quality right now. You're going for double flight in order just to attack at this point and draw some more tools, draw some more fuel. The rest of the hand is probably a lot of cheap units that can't block Fearsome, for example. Probably a lot of clunky enabler spells. If you have like Pale Cascade from this position, you still aren't really forcing a lot of damage through, and is going to try to go for it here.
Pale Cascade has been played. Unto Dusk has been played. The level up on Diana has occurred now, so all of a sudden, obviously with Unto Dusk, and Diana becomes a very, very big threat very quickly. We've seen her, that's kind of the big deal with Atrocity in this deck, because we've seen her climb to, 11 or 13 attack on some turn, which is absolutely crazy, but it does end up working that way. So I was thinking, playing, why play Thresh out before the attack occurs? Is Broken Ball really going to, just priority pass you and go to next turn, you waste the mana? I don't think so. And that you just gave away Thresh basically for free. With a quick attack on Diana, you do end up killing her now with the Black Spear, but maybe it was better last turn because your Thresh would be alive now.
Yeah, if you went for the Black Spear earlier, you can develop Thresh this turn. You have a threat against your opponent's further developments. At any rate, it's still looking pretty good for Den, though. You get this pretty big Nasus, and you're in the same boat, right? Like Broken Ball, after that wide swing, now that there's 2 flights shuffled into the deck, the top deck quality could really not be there. Moonlight Affliction being forced to cash in here, just for the sake of clearing the first Nasus. Developing a second one here means that Atrocity is still going to be primed and ready, and that's still a slay.
And the almighty Egyptian god taken down by a Nighthawk. Very sad turn of events there for Nasus, but that's what occurs when you silence him. All of a sudden, he has no Fearsome, he has no big stats, he's a very, very low statted 2/2 and very easy to take down as well. So Broken Ball deals with that threat. It wasn't a big threat because it was only 6 attack coming in, but deals with it. And Janetza now, thankfully he drew Thresh, so he has a way to kind of develop a few more big threats as well now on the board. But the hand is looking good for Broken Ball, and this is around the turn where Nightfall really goes off, or Nightfall really, has these combo turns that suddenly you're at 14 HP and then you're at 0.
After developing the Stygian Onlooker and Den passing, Broken Ball may be taking that as a signal that you don't have a Fearsome blocker, goes for the Cloven Way, but Den has shown like a lot of patience in this matchup. A lot of European passes, I think, is definitely the style of the server. And now, those good attacks don't look as good, but you're still going to try to draw a card out the flight. Now that the Moonlight Affliction's been cashed in, Broken Ball needs to squeeze a little bit more aggression out of this deck before that second Nasus comes down.
And you are pushing 6 damage here, 2 from the elusive and 4 from the overwhelm on the Cloven Way. The flight goes back into the deck, and Thresh gets a few counters, but still quite far away and now down to 2 HP. So any kind of trade, he will be going down unless something can be done to heal him back up, which I don't think is the case looking at the current hand.
Yeah, Nasus off the top into a pass, into Atrocity seems to be the best bet. Blighted Caretaker to smooth out this curve and push through a little bit more damage is also quite nice with the Reaper here. Broken Ball is hopefully got a couple Doom Beasts in hand to deal a little bit more damage, give a little bit more healing. Nasus is up to roughly 7 or 8 at this point, so a little bit more work still to be done on Den's side, but no Spirit Leech and no Glimpse yet, so you can see how that old weakness of these aggressive and tempo-y Shadow Isles decks can sometimes run out of fuel.
And there's a Stalking Shadows, possibly looking for a Doom Beast, and does indeed find it like you mentioned. So this is the way that this deck tries to have a few alternate win conditions. The Nightfall combo is the scariest one, of course. Turn 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, you're looking at a Nocturne and just a whole lot of damage coming in that you can't really block. Second way is through Atrocity with some Unto Dust combos with Diana. And the third and always reliable way is just spamming Doom Beasts and hoping your opponent can't do anything about it.
So Black Spear being cashed in against the Cloven Way. And now Den can swing through in order to push some damage to set up this Atrocity. Broken Ball actually played the non-ephemeral Doom Beast here. So you don't get the luxury of setting up, like putting the ephemeral blocker down and then playing the real Doom Beast potentially post-combat. Which
might mean that Doom Beast was in hand and the Stalking Shadows was only used as a Nightfall activator, but not necessarily that he found the Doom Beast through it. That's my read, because then I think, Broken Ball's a good player. I don't think he would have not played the ephemeral Doom Beast, because it just makes sense. You're forcing the 2-1 challenger to challenge you anyway, so it's going to be a much better value block with the ephemeral unit that's going to die anyway.
At this stage of the game, getting these flights becomes, we saw it a little bit during the last time with Salty Simon's deck. If you have 2 flights shuffled into the top of the deck, it becomes really awkward. The Stalking Shadows does fix that. You do still shuffle your deck and gets the flight anyway. This is 6 elusive damage being threatened. But is there a way to stop the Atrocity? I don't believe there is at this point.
That's the key factor here. There is a fast speed spell in hand for Den that can win in the game, because Broken Ball is only at 2 HP right now after last turn's attack. So we will see 6 mana. Ooh, now there definitely isn't. I thought maybe with 6 mana up for Broken Ball, he does have 1 copy of Atrocity. He could answer back, not to kill, but to kill the unit that's trying to Atrocity him. But in this case now, only 3 mana available.
And at this point, you just have to hope against the Atrocity. Like I mentioned, you sometimes can battle this deck down to where you finally get an advantage, and Atrocity is just there as a Hail Mary for this deck to get wins in situations where you think they wouldn't be able to, and it does come through.
So no Thresh level up, no Nasus, but not even necessary. Just the sheer damage from double Caretaker on 2 different attack token turns, taking down your Nexus, very, very quickly, even though you don't really have board dominance because you're attacking with ephemeral units. Those 2 kind of burst attacks really took down Broken Ball. You couldn't defend against them, properly. Maybe the flight kind of shuffling back into his deck created a problem where he had not enough units on the board on those 2 different turns. But Den takes that game 2 as well. So very, very good start for Den to the tournament. 2-0, and Broken Ball is sent down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, very strong lineup. A new take on discard aggro, and then Thresh Nasus, a deck that's really exploiting the metagame right now for a lot of decks that don't have very significant and very consistent answers to Atrocity, and then backup of Rite of Negation to even answer those answers. But we are going to continue along with some matches today as well, since that first set did conclude very quickly. We do have Trish versus Kamilari in the next part of the bracket. They did bring some slower lists, so we do get to jump into their match that is currently in progress. We've got Trish on Zoe Lee, and also a deep deck being brought to today's tournament. So Deep has been a deck that some players think are still bad, and I've heard some whispers that it's actually being slept on. So let's see. Match in progress. We've got Beast Below being set up, probably gotten off of Jaw Hunters, and a pretty nice curve, it looks like, on Trish's side, and Kamilari just trying to go for this burn on Ezreal Draven.
You know, I wanted to root for Kamilari being a Spanish player, but I do love Deep. So really, I'm very much split here in this matchup. Gonna be cool to see Deep, of course. Once again, I've seen it a bit on ladder, kind of making a resurgence, but this is the first time we see it, I think, in a tournament setting since the patch. So definitely cool to see it here.
And very, very strong swing. I think that Deep is sort of been known to not have a lot of units in the early mid game. They're very reliant on drawing the Dreg Dredgers early and Dead Bloom Wanderers, but we can see that Trish is holding down the fort quite well, is only still at 19, getting a lot of healing off of these Dead Bloom Wanderers, and a couple Vile Feasts also triggering. And once you get into a position like that against Ezreal Draven, where you get into these like upper stages of mana, you haven't done that early work to pressure your opponent properly or hit their Nexus with some direct damage, things get pretty tricky for you to be able to close out the game.
And there's a Jettison hoping to find some treasures. We do see a shipwreck hoarder on the board, and I'm gonna assume we haven't already seen 2 treasures played by turn 8. So hoping to find them, does not find them, does not draw them there with the Jettison, but opting just to go for the long game here. If his opponent wants to pass, he'll pass 2. Farron's a problem, of course, but Nautilus is a pretty good blocker against Farron. So I think Trish is not too worried.
We've got you see the Tri-Beam of Populator on the far side, the far end of the hand. So that was just drawn. And so that's going to take a while for that to get stacked up. Lore of the Depths, look at this. The Lore of the Depths -3 cost. So Trish is actually running a Lore of the Depths variant with the Shipwreck Orders. And the potential overwhelming value of an early Plate Worm Egg or a Treasure Trove to just, before you even get deep, you can sometimes kill your opponent with that is pretty outstanding. And here it is, finally hitting deep, getting into round 10.
The second Nautilus, actually very big to have access to the Riptide. Can be a pretty surprising play. Most players, of course, you think about the opponent's deck. It's open decklist, you see the cards in the deck, but you don't really think sometimes about the champ spells. And Riptide can definitely be a surprise play in some points in the game. Especially with Deep not being extremely meta. Some players might have forgotten or not really have it top of mind that it's a very risky card to run into.
And the mana is still open, of course. Just get this Captain Farron out of here. Or as you mentioned, just straight up block it anyway. Setting your Nautilus down to 6. If it does get mopped up by another spell, you're okay with it. You have another one in hand.
And Trish, of course, now with, he's deep. He has a great board state. He's maybe missing some card draw. We see, Beast Below here for 0 mana. He can't play Maokai this turn. He can't really play the Riptide unless there's a great, target for it. And there might not be, because Kamilari is playing a deck that is very spread out in its threats. It doesn't have that one big, you want to get rid of. It's more, a lot of cheap 3/4 damage, other than Farron, of course, but that was blocked and killed this past turn.
And now with these really large stats in play, Kamilari is going to be struggling to remove this. We know that Noxian Guillotine is pretty powerful in situations like this, but you need the chump blockers. You need a House Spider or something to get that damage onto the units prior. Otherwise, if you're relying on your Mystic Shot and your Static Shots to do that initial ping of damage to set up the Guillotine, it's a little bit too expensive for you to answer efficiently. Trish does have an interesting open attack presented here, but opts to it. Yeah, it looks like they're just opting to develop even further. Again, 2 treasures still in the deck. Going to toss a little bit. Doesn't get it.
I would have maybe liked to see... I guess he's going to play Nautilus this turn, so that makes sense. But at this stage of the game, usually with Maokai, you're a bit scared of Beam coming down and that being a problem. But at this stage of the game, obviously, if you play Maokai, you're not going to Beam for 10 if you're Kamilari, so it's much safer. I think he might just wait until he levels up to play him right away after level up straight onto the board. But looking at the hand for Kamilari, seems like a problem. Could have used Rummage earlier to maybe try and find, a better response, because there's going to be a lot of units attacking here. I'm not sure how he plans on dealing with all of this, but a lot of spells in hand and not many units for Kamilari.
The Mystic Shot coming through to set up the Noxian Guillotine here to sidestep a little bit of this damage, which is nice. But the Dead Bloom Wanderers just healing. Trish is just still at full HP. Even if you survive this onslaught, this deck isn't going to burst you down from 20, especially now that the first Captain Farron has gone down. It's another very slow play to set up the other Captain Farron and try to get more decimates, and you just don't have the time anymore.
You're down to 2 HP. Thankfully for Kamilari, this version is not running Atrocity, so it's maybe why he's playing more passively and not really caring about being on 10 or 2. It's kind of, maybe not exactly the same thing, because there are going to still be big sea monsters attacking you next turn, but it's not as big as a problem. There also aren't any kind of Doom Beast or any kind of burn effects, really.
The Atrocity has been, a fail-safe in Deep for quite a long time, but because this one is looking to toss so many cards, that it becomes such an inconsistent win condition for the deck. It's better to just go all in on the sea monsters. And as we saw in main deck, Shipwreck Hoarder really wants those treasures, and it's kind of laughable, right? You've gotten so few cards in the deck, and there's no treasures coming out.
And Kamilari seems to be now the deep player, so turn of events there. The Sea Scarab has apparently not gotten the memo. He's on the wrong side, on the wrong team. He should come back sometime, but it looks like he just likes being the antagonist here. But Trish, I think, still very much in control. That being said, he is kind of running out of cards. It's a problem we talked about. Maokai is now leveled up, and now there is a 4-turn timer on Kamilari's side. But is there going to be enough pressure to end this game out?
There is a weird world where Kamilari maybe tries to stabilize against this. It's just in terms of unit quality, only one thing really needs to get around the sides. And when Maokai obliterates your deck, for those who don't recall, the cards that are left behind are not champions. So there's going to be no leveled up Ezreal shenanigans. The last cards need to be Captain Farron and Captain Farron and Captain Farron.
And it's interesting here because now that Sea Scarab's actually on the board for Kamilari, he's close to being milled, and he might just end up milling himself. He can challenge the Sentry with a 2-1 first. So what was just a little funny interaction is now suddenly a big problem for Kamilari, definitely not helping out here. So it was maybe the sleeper agent, helping out Trish Fangirl, getting onto Kamilari's board, and now helping him get milled.
It's the double-pronged attack nobody ever saw coming. Yeah, like I said, you've got the guillotine. You're trying to just survive at this 2 HP, but your board is still getting answered. You're still the clock is even shorter than it was before. Trish literally can just pass for the rest of the game, I think, from this position.
And there's the 1 card tossed. So 1 less card. He drew 1. He tossed 1. He now has 2 in the deck. Gonna draw 1 more. Oh, it's gonna be 2. The Sea Scarab, actually the sleeper agent. He was there from the very start. We all find the plot twist in this movie is incredible. 2 cards tossed, 1 card drawn now for Kamilari, and 20 HP for Trish means that unless you can do, you have a card that says deal 20 damage to the opponent's Nexus for 13 mana, which I think does not thankfully exist in the game yet. This will be GG here for Kamilari, and Trish will win this in, well, there are the treasures. Everything's happening now at the end of this game.
Yeah, so nice clean 2-0 from Trish. We jumping into the middle, it was a shame to be able to miss that first game, but overall, this variant of Deep looked pretty clean.
And I think Deep really showcasing why it's a deck that deserves to be in the meta. It's just a very different way to play, a very flashy way to play. You get to see big sea monsters for all the Timmies out there that love seeing big stats. And I think it's just great to see it back in the meta. I'm very, very happy indeed. But Trish definitely has his own take on it. There are versions now that are just trying to go deep very quickly. They don't have Withering Whales, don't have Grasps, have less control tools, for example. And it seems like it's working out for him. Very clean 2-0 here against Kamilari.
The absence of Atrocity as well really goes to show that a lot of these players are starting to kind of move away from the past and look to the future. The buff to Sea Scarab and Dreg Dredgers really helped revitalize the deck's early game. And so instead of relying on those tools, you try to just beat them on the board, which is very interesting. But again, that was a lot of decks. I think the last couple sets really showcased the diversity of the tournament scene and of the upcoming ladder meta potentially. But we are going to catch up on the next stage of the bracket when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fight Night Legends EU Seasonal Showdown. We just concluded the first stage of the bracket, saw a lot of cool decks, a lot of returning favorites, and a lot of new up-and-comers from the next metagame, all being showcased against one another, and we're about to head into the next stage of the bracket. The next match that we do have set up is going to be Trish, who we just saw in the previous set, from Norway. Just, killing it with that mustache and showing us that Deep is a sleeper deck potentially.
And Trish, a player that, was there for the EU Masters with Marcus, of course, on Team Norway. They did a pretty good job in that tournament. Well, actually, no, they didn't. They had a pretty bad group score in the end, but I think Marcus really showcased himself as a great player, starting with the Fight Night wins here and then also in that tournament. And Trish was maybe kind of not in the spotlight, but he has proven his kind of consistent performance, not so much in these tournaments and kind of streaming, etc., but just more as kind of a sleeper player in the seasonals, getting good scores, and now maybe in this Fight Night bringing Deep as well. And with a nice mustache, Lobster was considered the #1 mustache owner in the EU scene, but maybe there's a competitor that has just surfaced here with Trish. I did not know he had such a great mustache, so props on that.
And going up against that fantastic mustache is the fantastic curly mane of Pepsicola from Portugal, a player that you already shouted out. Also another very young player like Broken Ball, 19 years old, but has consistently had very powerful finishes. And we know that Portugal is a very powerful region in Runeterra in general. Pepsicola has just been kind of tearing things up. And right now for this tournament has brought, the classic Ezreal Draven and the Invoke value that we know that Pepsicola is just straight up addicted to. Also, I like that being from Norway, Trish did also bring Deep, which is one of the decks that Marcus got one of his classic EU Fight Night wins with.
It could be a genetic thing, maybe Norwegian players are drawn to the Deep for some
They're
reason.
all
I'm not sure the link, but there might be something there. I have to do a few, scientific studies. But if there are any Photoshop masters in the chat and you are able to combine the mustache of Trish Fangirl and the hair of Pepsicola, please do. And just tweet me that image and I will love you forever. But looking at this list, I'll also love Trish Fangirl forever because Deep is a fantastic archetype. We saw in the last game, very exciting finish to that game. A lot of different, flashy plays you can make with the treasures, with Maokai, etc. And this list, we talked about it before a bit in the game. Lure of the Depths, we saw a very, very discounted Beast Below. It's running 2 copies of Beast Below in the actual deck, which is something that we haven't seen in a long time with Deep. This is kind of thrown back to me when Deep first came out. Some players built it like this with Lure of the Depths. I personally thought it wasn't great, but it looks like maybe it might be after all.
Yeah, get the Jettison in here and a couple copies of Stalking Shadows. Being able to get extra Jaw Hunters, even extra Dead Bloom Wanderers, really feeds into the ability for this deck to get deep extremely quickly. I think what we saw in that previous match, despite the list being in such a powerful position versus Ezreal Draven, was probably a bit of a low roll for when this deck is typically able to get deep.
Biggest thing to mention as well that maybe you won't immediately notice, there's only 1 copy of Maokai. So Trish is deciding to run 4 champions, which is something that I do agree with. In the last versions, last times I played Deep, I ran 6 champions. I wasn't that hipster, I think. I played two Twisted Fates as well, just
Same.
as a kind of an aggro tool where you can red card and take on some aggro decks. But in this, and only 1 Maokai as just a 1. Once you're already deep, have leveled up Maokai, you play him and as like an alternate win condition.
Yes.
But it looks like it's just 4 champions, 3 Nautilus, and 1 Maokai in this version. So I don't think it's that weird. Some people might think, why would you ever not run 6 champions, which are like kind of the best cards in the deck for most decks? But in this case, I think it might make a lot of sense.
And we are going in game. The players are all getting set up here. And it is going to be Zoe Lee versus Ezreal Draven, it looks like. Now, Ezreal Draven has become a sort of a newer mainstay in the metagame. Once that big patch of nerf happens, everybody kind of goes back through the Rolodex to find some older decks to play, see what's good. And everybody, once again, the great debate is happening. Ezreal Draven, it's a great tournament deck, and then the other half of the player base says that Ezreal Draven is secretly really bad.
And if your Shen died to bring us Ezreal Draven back, listen, I'm all for it, because at least we have the Tri-Beams that can add, some element of variance to matches. So I'm all for this change. I think it's definitely a net positive. And we see, I think, a little bit more, versatility in the decks for this tournament with Deep, with Nightfall, and a lot of different, archetypes coming back up again into the meta.
And both decks off to a really strong start, getting that early curve, Ballistic Bot on 2. And we've got Mountain Goat into Mentor of the Stones. This is going to be pretty troublesome, right? The +2/+2 means that a lot of this cheap and tempo-based removal isn't going to line up as good as you'd want it to. Just goes for the Sump instead to get a trade into this Mountain Goat of Fable.
And biggest thing to notice as well is Tri-Beam is in hand. Tri-Beam has some counters on it already, but Deny is also in hand in the opponent's side of the board. So that means that it could be, you could be playing all around, getting this Tri-Beam very, very high up to have a great tempo swing in your favor, and Deny might stop that. So Pepsicola has to be very careful about when to use this Tri-Beam and to try and make sure that Trish does not have 4 mana available.
The Sparkle Fly coming down here just at the right time. This might draw a Deny, actually. Based on Trish's hand, it's all spells. You need these units to survive to try to get some value out of them. If you let this Culling Strike go through, maybe you get a Mentor of the Stones conga line, but there's the threat of Static Shock killing both of those, and then, your hand is full of gems and you start burning cards. This is looking pretty rough. I think this is going to draw a Deny.
If it does, though, we're going to have Tri-Beam for 3 damage coming in to clean up and not get denied. So this is going to be a hard play to make here for Trish. We'll see what he decides on here. He could get punished if he does go for the deny. Obviously, would be trading down 1 mana, the 4 for the 3. But in this case, opts to not go for it, plays a second Mentor instead. So it might see some Mentor on Mentor action, which we don't usually see in Runeterra very often.
Still draws the 3 damage in Probulator, though. Getting a 3-drop isn't that bad. At this stage in the game, the worst outcome, Solitary Monk, everybody lives in fear. But getting that sent back to your hand isn't that bad. Gets the 2/2. You miss out on the playability of Scaled Snapper, so you don't get to choose the +3.
And the Mentor does not block, 1, because you kind of want to get the Grant effect off, 2, because the gems would just disappear to the Shadow Realm because his hand is currently very, very full. That's the problem with playing out 2 Mentors or even 1 Mentor. This deck cycles a lot, so when you play out cards, they cycle themselves. They don't really, empty space in your hand, and you have problems with having 10-card hands and burning cards that you draw. And you might burn, a Lee Sin, a card that you need to win, you need to have to win, and he does not have it just yet.
Eye of the Dragon is a godsend from this position to make use of these gems. Getting the Dragonlings to offset some of this damage and just get blockers. You need to buy time in this matchup for Lee Sin, and going to give it +2/+2 just to shore it up against some of the other removals in the game right now.
This attack, of course, will make it vulnerable to Ravenous Flock. I imagine it will come down. You do have gems to heal it up, but you can't really do it as a response in combat or, on the spell stack. So we'll see how this plays out. You have a Deny, but you also have a Culling Strike on Pepsicola's side of the board. But Ravenous, of course, comes first. Makes sense here.
By playing around 1 removal, trying to give it some extra HP, you're opening yourself up to another removal.
The punish comes in. The 4 mana for 1 mana Ravenous Flock is a good card, confirmed. Does get denied, but the cleanup crew is there. You have the 3 mana as well, but no Tri-Beam to benefit from it. But still, a clean board, no Dragonling with health, with lifesteal, and the chance to push a bit more damage if you're Pepsicola.
And now just shortening that clock even further by developing a second Ballistic Bot, 2 ignitions per turn. And because Trish has been stuck in this cycle of just desperately trying to get units to stick to the board, Peps has had all the time in the world to just play spells, kick back, let the ignitions do their job, get that burn through.
There's a Spell Thief coming in. Not a card we always see in Lee Sin Zoe, especially not Lee Sin with other champions, but with Zoe it makes a bit more sense, and there is a single copy here for Trish.
Just pulls a Culling Strike for down the road. Concussive Palm, again, just trying to keep the board under control. From Pepsicola's perspective, Trish's hand is just all gems. The rest of the cards really don't matter.
And Deny has, been used on Ravenous Flock. The first one, the Tri-Beam wasn't denied ever. So, not getting the best value out of that Tri-Beam, out of that Deny, like I mentioned at the very start of the game. And I think Pepsicola definitely has to, be happy about that. 12 HP now for Trish. So not quite that low just yet. Not really at any kind of risk, but the board is definitely in Pepsi's favor.
Lee Sin, this sequence of top decks from this Lee Sin Zoe side has been so great to just barely keep the floodgates closed, all this damage still being threatened turn after turn after turn. But only one piece of the puzzle has been completed. Lee Sin is in play, but you have to level him up and you have to give him Overwhelm if you want to try to go for this OTK.
And the gems are finally coming in. They do level up Lee Sin. He doesn't have Overwhelm. He's not going to be, too much of a threat. Still a lot of HP, obviously 20 actually for Pepsicola, so no threat of any kind of lethal turn right now. But you do get to clear here. You have a static shock to take off the barrier if you choose to, but looks like there is, yeah, it wouldn't matter actually because there wouldn't be any combat with the Dragon Strike, but it does happen now.
So we're going to use Static Shock just to draw a card. It looks like Pepsicola just putting that burn through, drawing more cards. I think looking for, now that Trish is tapped out, you're looking for hopefully a Mystic Shot or something as a top deck to get that damage and then clear the Lee Sin with Scorched Earth. Doesn't come through, however.
Ignition does though, and that's going to be 1 damage from the Ignition, the +1 on the Ballistic Bot, and +1 from the Ezreal that is leveled up. The open attack looking good next turn. It's going to force obviously some damage from Ezreal as an elusive, and the chance to damage Lee Sin and have him be a target for Scorched Earth.
And so Trish coming up big here with the Culling Strike off of Spell Thief to get this Ezreal off the board. I believe that was the second Ezreal that was drawn.
It was a second Ezreal indeed, so you can play it out after this turn. The Pill Cascade, this is one of the things that I don't like about Culling Strike. It's a great spell, but the moment it gets countered by a Pill Cascade, for example, it loses all of its value, just fizzles away, and it's quite swingy in nature. I think a very high-risk card in certain matchups.
The value of Culling Strike has definitely gone up and down wildly as the meta has shifted. There's some meta games where it's useless, some meta games where it's been incredibly clutch, especially in Frostbite. But yeah, you can definitely see here that it's in the deck just because you need the removal. Great for removing maybe chump blockers. It's just that anything that you can consistently remove with Culling Strike is usually less than 3 mana. So you're kind of trading down a lot of the time anyway.
And Pepsicola here could play out the Spider. I think he is, just thinking about possibly next turn. I mean, he plays out the Spider, he stuns Lee Sin, he goes for an attack. He can't use the Ezreal and the Mystic Shot. That's the problem here. Next turn now, he keeps the Spider, the Arachnoid Sentry. He can, if an Overwhelm is played on the Lee Sin, he has a chance to stun it.
So actually goes for Mystic Shot on the Nexus. Is going to try to go for some top deck lethal stuff here. Even if you go for the Mystic Shot on Lee Sin, the same thing would happen. Like if you're trying to set up damage for Scorched Earth, where they can Guiding Touch to heal, they can deny the Scorched Earth anyway. And with the gems, the open attack is very likely here. Goes for a slower play, Mentor of the Stones, to get punished by the Arachnoid Sentry.
There wasn't a lethal threat, and I think, if you have to try and maximize and try and find a lethal threat with Pill Cascade with the Mentor this turn, because there isn't going to be a next turn with Ezreal on the board, with possibly a spell killing you on burn, for example. It's going to be difficult. So I think you did have to play out the Mentor here, and there's going to be a stun, but there's also deny that can, of course, deny that skill. Not the best value deny, but still good enough to maybe push some damage in this turn.
And so you can go for gems here and Pale Cascade to boost up the Lee Sin, to again just push through some damage with the Dragon Kick. All of the gems that have come through and have been saved up over the course of the entire game.
And it's going to be exact lethal, I believe, with the Pill Cascade, with the grant damage plus from the Mentor of the Stones. And with the Dragon Kick, no Overwhelm needed here. Going to be 13 attack exactly from Lee Sin. And what can you do? You try to play it safe if you're Pepsi. You try to keep the Sentry, but Lee Sin does what Lee Sin does. And some games that seem unwinnable, he comes out of nowhere. You play 17 gems on the Lee Sin. He doesn't get 70 attack, but pretty close. And that's going to be game 1 going to Trish. And Lee Sin, again, surprising us, I think.
That was ludicrous. The sequence there, right? Having a hand full of spells, almost no units able to stick to the board, and just getting that Eye of the Dragon off the top to develop and get a little bit of removal out of the way. That second Mentor of the Stones getting a little bit of removal out of the way. Then the Zoe and then Lee Sin coming off of the top. It was just the perfect sequence of just having just the right amount of threats, not only to shrink Pepsicola's hand down, but also to just stabilize and not take as much damage.
And Pepsi had a chance to play that Reckoning Sentry the turn before, go for more damage. He unfortunately drew Beam as a top deck, which you can't play fast speed with Ezreal on the board. So there was some things that could have gone his way, but ended up playing it a bit safer and ended up actually risking more because of it, with Lee Sin killing him the turn after that. But going to game 2, we see Pepsicola now on Ezreal Draven, and Trish, of course, winning that last game, moves on to a second deck, which is Deep.
So we'll actually get to see this deck finally from turn 1 and see how quickly we can get all the cards tossed that we need. We see just a few passes over the course of the early game, getting into Lore of the Depths here, now potentially on round 3 alongside the Deadbloom Wanderer.
And Deep with a lot of different lifesteal units that can really help against the, not necessarily a burn strategy from Pepsicola is Ezreal Draven, but kind of a damage over time, kind of tempo strategy, which having some lifesteal is going to be pretty effective. But Mystic Shot, the #1 enemy of Deadbloom Wanderer since the beginning of time.
I mean, I still run it in discard aggro for that same reason. You fold the Withering Whale, but if they also get like 1 or 2 reps off of the Deadbloom Wanderer, you're done. Lore of the Depths, Trish actually being very patient with casting this. You're going to get the discount either way. There is a little bit of deck thinning there where you're drawing a potential playable unit, something like Beast Below. But now that you have 4 mana, look at this, getting the Abyssal Eye at a discount's also pretty nice. I love the pass here too. You know, there's only a Ballistic Bot in play.
And of course, a quick reminder, there's a single copy of Maokai in this list, which means that we're not going to really see Maokai played early on ever, because you want to kind of wait till he levels up and have him as that alternate win condition or that alternate pressure point in the late game where you can play him out and tell your opponent, hey, you have 4 turns to end this game or you lose, basically. So in this case, with only 1 copy, if it does die, then you don't have that win condition available anymore. So I think we're going to end up seeing Maokai probably saved in hand for quite a while.
And yeah, just the early chump blockers to hold the fort and look for the rest of the units. Again, because this deck is based around playing the entire like toss package, it is mostly units, not a lot of spells here. So as long as you can keep stuff in play, things on the board, you're going to hold back a lot of this damage. And Abyssal Eye here potentially being developed as a way to stop Ezreal, or maybe even Sea Scarab if you want to take things slower.
And of course, you have mana available to make both plays. If you're Trish, you can play both the Sea Scarab and the Abyssal Eye thanks to the discount from the lure. But if you play out the Abyssal Eye, probably going to get beamed in this case, especially because obviously Ezreal wants to attack and connect the Nexus. If that does occur, then you have the chance to play the Sea Scarab after that for 1 mana and not have an answer to it.
At this point, you maybe just take the damage from Ezreal, let it Mystic Shot something, go very slow with maybe setting up Thorny Toad, for example. It's a good way to trade into the Sump Dredger, and that way you're getting a little bit of healing to offset the incoming damage and maybe get those extra tosses too. Thorny Toad has been historically a very awkward card for Deep, where we're supposed to be an early defensive unit, but your opponent just ends up ignoring it, or you're in a matchup against Fearsomes where it can't really block effectively anyway. So Abyssal Eye does indeed just tank that Culling Strike.
Yeah, the Abyssal Eye comes in, the trade with Culling Strike, and now the Scarab cannot be killed this turn with only 2 mana. You can't beam it, you can't Mystic Shot it with Ezreal. If you Mystic Shot, the Direct Edgers, you're killing a blocker, but you're also helping Trish get closer to Deep. So it makes it not as appealing, although I think it is still obviously correct. You need the target for the Ezreal, and you need to use this Mystic Shot and not let it go to waste.
Yeah, fleeting Mystic Shot. There was a small point of hesitation there. Peps was maybe thinking about maybe rummaging it. But looking at the hand right now, I think you've got a good spread of playable things that you don't need to worry about rummage just yet. And now Trish is still thinking, okay, now that Abyssal Eye was removed, I don't have a big elusive threat. I don't have a blocker against Ezreal. What's my next best play from here?
The Maokai is looking appealing here. If you play it out now, you're pretty much forcing your opponent to use a 6 mana beam. If he doesn't, then you get to play the Toad, you get the Sapling as well, and that's 4 units that end up dying and helping your Sea Scarab get you closer to Deep and closer to Maokai's level up. So I think the risk reward is maybe worth it to play Maokai here, even though it's not what you usually try and do with this deck. But considering the hand, considering the kind of the 2 brick Nautiluses in hand right now, you're on turn 6 still, you're not deep yet, and the Jettison, I think it does make sense to take this risk. And Pepsi will probably just trade it out with the beam.
And who knows if there's going to be a slower play here, because you're going to maybe potentially pull the Sump Dredger with the with the, yeah, look at this. Now, if you can just, you can't attack with the Maokai. You have to try to keep it alive on the back line here, so that's not a real threat. Even with the sapling in play, you're just dealing perhaps a little bit of damage to Ezreal, trying to set up Vile Feast. And Pepsicola going to counter with a thermogenic beam of his own there. Instead of using it for Maokai or even saving it to answer Maokai later, just wants to keep Ezreal as safe as possible. I think recognizing the big stats are near impossible for me to deal with. I need to go all in on this Ezreal win condition.
This is a bit awkward from Trish because he wants to maybe, wants his units to die, but he needs blockers for next turn because it's just off. Even with the buff to drag dredgers to attack, all the units on Pepsi's side of the board have 3 health. So it would not make too much sense. It would be a bit of a punish to just full swing just for the tosses. And now Maokai gets taken down before you can get too much use out of it and before he levels up. But still, I think did a good enough job there. Battering Ram comes down from the Tri-Beam for Pepsi. And it's not too late in the game, so this might end up growing quite a bit.
And Nautilus is deep just in time to stop this battering ram. You're able to just trade up into it and not have to worry about it getting multiple reps. The 6-mana slot in Runeterra is one of the best that you can spec into with your Tri-Beam and Probulator. And against any other deck or any other situation, the battering ram would be pretty huge. But Nautilus is going to tank this quite admirably, get set up to maybe die to a guillotine, but it's definitely for the best.
Pepsicola trying to, get the Noxus Empire to siege poor old Atlantis underwater and still being attacked here. But Nautilus comes to the defense. If I had Nautilus in my army, you don't even need a door to your kingdom. Just put Nautilus there and you're good to go. Easy trade here against the battering ram, of course. And there's not really, you can't just not attack because you do have favorable trades everywhere else. I think it's definitely worth attacking here, but kind of an unfortunate play with any mid-range deck. Once you're playing into Nautilus, it does feel bad because nothing trades with it, of course.
And now we're already deep. Trish is just going to trade away the Sea Scarab there at the top of the combat. And right now, from this position, you're hoping for Shipwreck Order. Try to get, now that you're already deep, getting those treasures in is going to matter a lot more. Let you combo with the Jettison potentially to draw them immediately. Keelbreaker notably clears most everything that Pepsicola can put down.
Stalking Shadows and Jaw Hunter would be fantastic as well. Stalking Shadows into Jaw Hunter would be even better because you get the 2 Jaw Hunters plus the 2 sea monsters, and it just completely replenishes your hand, and you're able to get those sea monsters down for a very cheap cost. But instead, it's going to be Devourer of the Depths coming down onto the Ezreal. We do have some counterplay available here, 2 Mystic Shots in hand for Pepsicola at fast speed. You can bring down the health of this Devourer to 3, which would of course tie the health of Ezreal and fizzle the devouring effect.
Decides to let it go through. A bit too much of a heavy commitment there to go for double Mystic Shot. These are Ezreals actually in the hand. I wasn't clocking that. And of course there is a little bit of counterplay potentially with Vile Feast. And so just opting away from that. You have the blockers in play already. And Deep notably has to run, you have to run out of fearsome blockers for maybe Nautilus to swing through. You have to be running Terror of the Tides or get it off of Slaughter Docks or Jaw Hunters in order for that to be very effective. So as long as you can just develop as many small units as you can hold back this onslaught, especially as you already talked about, there is no threat of atrocity.
And I like the Vile Feast on the Ballistic Boat there. Even though the 4-1 stat line is bigger on the Sun Treasure, you're kind of scared of the Ignition with Ezreal kind of dealing damage to your Nexus. You're not really playing for board. You're not getting a full swing now because your Nautilus is stunned. And next turn on defense, you have the units to block a 4-1 or a 2-1. It doesn't really matter that much. So I do like this. I think it's probably the better play here, just kind of min-maxing a bit and not allowing your opponent to have Ignitions for discards or for, Ezreal damage buffs. And you are at 16 HP, so that could go down very quickly.
The level up here, Captain Farron being threatened. And what's nice too is that you're a little bit worried from this position when your opponent has leveled up Nautilus in play. There is no Noxian Guillotine yet to answer this. But as long as you can play Captain Farron, it gets rip-tided. At least you get to keep the Decimates.
And this is where the game, I'm going to say, is over. I mean, you just found 2 Shipwreck Hoarders. You're playing them both out for 2 mana, and you can jettison to try and draw 4 treasures and still have the mana to play one. So, I mean, This is what I call a flashy play. This is what I mean when I talk about deep. I can talk about flashy plays. This is it. There is not a single deck in the game that can create with this mana the amount of value you're about to see.
And once the Shipwreck Hoarder comes through, you know, you could, well, actually, after being forced to kind of trade in the Riptide, really unfortunate there. But there is a world, you know, where you go for Treasure Trove just because the chances of getting a rally effect as well is pretty substantial, I think, at this point, across all the regions in the game. And the open attack looks so clean here.
I'm wondering if you jettison first, just to not draw a treasure, if it's possible to draw one normally, to have a better chance of not drawing it and kind of ruining that draw, let's say. But does not matter in the end. Draws a beast below. Can play it out for 0 mana, of course, or -1 even with a lure. Does not find a treasure.
Oh,
Hands
no!
in the air. Unlucky from Trish. Could have been the play of the century. Could have drawn all 4 treasures, but does not draw a single one. Could have played 2 treasures off this turn, actually, with 11 mana available and 0 mana used on the beast below, but does not find any of them. So hands in the air, I think definitely a justifiable reaction.
I don't even know what the math is there. 4 out of 13 cards. You have to swing here. You have to try to force the opponent to cash in some of this board. You're going to toss a couple more cards with the Thorny Toad going down to the Captain Farron. And I could probably even leave the Thorny Toad up.
There's a plate worm ad coming in, maybe hoping for a Keel Breaker instead to try and take down this. I think it's the last Ezreal, because now the threat is not on the board, but on the burn. You know, you're at 16 HP, but this Ezreal is doing 1 for every spell. There's 2 Decimates in hand due to Farron coming down as well. And a huge low roll from Trish. We'll see if he gets punished for it.
Yeah, the Decimate's going to be 10 damage. You have 2 slow plays, so perhaps another top deck, top deck of a Treasure Trove or something. It's going to be very slow. I don't think it's Keel Breaker. Is it fast enough? Decimate's slow on the stack.
Exactly. That's the thing. If it was all fast speed spells and you're about to get, you know, the huge comp from Ezreal, that would be scary. But in this case, it's going to be attack. You have the Mystic Shot and the Static Shock and the Ignition, though. So that's quite a bit coming in, and you have really no counterplay or play at all from Trish other than this play or Meg.
Yeah, you do as much on the stack as you can to get value out of the Ezreal. Try to set up for the double Decimate lethal. Because despite everything, you know, Trish is just going for a Keel Breaker here, but has no, doesn't have the attack token.
Yeah,
holy cow.
Going down to 4 HP for Trish, and Decimate still in hand and with the mana to use it. So the Surrender comes in. The tie here from Pepsi, and we're going to have to say it, you know, the huge low roll from Trish finds the Shipwreck with the Stalking Shadows. Maybe not playing the, I'm not sure if playing the Jettison first would have mattered really at that point in the turn before, but overall just a huge low roll, no matter how you look at it. He definitely had a very high chance of drawing 1 in 4 treasures, and I think he had 12 cards in the deck or
something like
cards
that
in the deck. So very good odds, and does not find a single one.
And yeah, Pepsicola stuck to the guns, right? Recognized that Ezreal was the win condition, kept that Ezreal, you know, in play, got the extra copies as well. Like the Ezreal was, of course, recognized by Trish to be a really big threat, and going back and forth, trying to keep that threat contained, and just didn't have the resources towards the end. Only got the 1 Devourer, if I'm not mistaken, in order to answer.
And there was a moment where those Ezreals were on the stack, thinking about trading with a Devourer. Ended up obviously not happening, and I think Pepsi was very grateful in kind of changing that outcome of that play as well. But going into game 3, we're going to see Trish, of course, still on deep, hoping to not maybe low roll so much with the treasures, and Pepsicola now on the Aphelios waiting room, which it was a waiting room before. Now Aphelios got nerfed. It's back to being Aphelios waiting room with Zoe and Diana and the Temple and the Invoke package.
The Zoe Diana Invoke value deck. This deck has a long history, I think, across the entire like Targon release. Once Zoe came out, people were really experimenting with this style of deck quite heavily. I played it a ton. Rather than using the Atrocity Shadow Isle splash, I was running Scorched Earth to deal with Grand Plaza at the time. So I think that Pepsicola has, you know, brought decks of this nature to tournaments before and just really likes it. And despite the sort of straightforward at this point nature of Targon, there is still a pretty decent skill ceiling, I think, when it comes to really toolboxy, flexible decks like these Invoke lists.
And a very good start here from Pepsi has, the early curve you want to have, the spacey sketch of Diana as well. At some point, maybe it can be saved as kind of a surprise factor when Pepsicola has the attack token to go for a good kill on an important unit for Trish.
Yeah, taking things slow, just developing there. You're slowing your opponent down a little bit, right? By not developing your challenger unit right away, because you'd sneak in 2 damage there, but Trish would just hold, not giving you the free kill on the Dead Bloom Wanderer regardless, and just easily offset that damage. So I think you're correct. Just holding it as, deal 2, deal 4 damage to something.
But a very good starting hand here for Trish against what is a slow deck. This deck, Zoe, Diana, Invoke, is not a deck that's trying to race you down. The biggest problem with Deep, especially with this version of Deep that has no real healing outside of Val Feast and Dead Bloom Wanderer, no Withering Will, etc., is that it has problems controlling and stabilizing in the early to mid game, and then it takes over in the late game. In this case, not going to be, I think, any kind of huge threat in the early to mid game. So Trish, I think, is going to look pretty favored going into the late game with a lot of card draw right now. We see with Salvage there, a pretty fast turbo Deep, play pattern happening very soon with the Dread Editors, with the Dead Bloom, and Jettison and Salvage in hand, and then the sea monsters with the Jaw Hunter creating one, and the Devourer also there.
Yeah, the Shipwreck Quarter is going to be huge, I think, for this matchup again, where the treasures just provide you that over-the-top value to close out the game. Pepsicola, in a list like this, you have the ability to generate a lot of small units in the early game and just chump block your way throughout the mid game, but the real win condition is those big celestial units, Great Beyond, etc., where you need to hit your opponent in the Nexus and then try to set up an atrocity finisher, like a 2-piece finisher. And as long as Trish just saves an Abyssal Eye or something for those scenarios where you're able to block that elusive threat from cutting you down and avoiding that atrocity threat, I think you're going to be in the clear.
And Equinox is waiting in hand there for Pepsicola as well. Is going to be useful, not because there's, maybe some very, very effective like engine type units other than Sea Scare, but more just to maybe take away the deep buffs on some of the sea monsters as well. So some value it will get for sure, especially for 1 mana.
1 mana, -3/-3, definitely strong. Dead Blue Wanderer, actually gonna fish first with the super cool star chart before going in with Diana. There's no buffs here. There's nothing you need to worry about with the Dead Bloom Wanderer, but just wants to reinforce this attack a little bit, it looks like. Picks up the Charger.
And the Charger's biggest enemy comes down, the Thorny Toad, blocking all its damage.
Just going to cash in, actually. You see here, the trade is just so good that you get to attack with the Solari Priestess for free.
That being said, Jaw Hunter can come down next turn and take care of Diana, so, both players are going to have some control-y action on their attack token turns. There could be an Equinox on Jaw Hunter, for example, take away the Challenger, for example, but I'm not sure how valuable that is for Pepsi.
You've played Diana, you've gotten the value off of answering a Dead Bloom Wanderer, sidestepping that healing. With Veiled Temple in play, maybe Peps does value this Diana a little bit more, its ability to maybe start stacking up, and potentially setting up some sort of additional atrocity targets other than those really late game invokes.
And I think he knows that using this Equinox later on is not going to get him the same impact on the tempo wise on the board as using it right now would. It saves Diana. Diana can then trade next turn to something as well, or just trade out this turn. And we see the classic surprise jettison into deep from Trish Fangirl. Every deep player has to know this kind of, not really 5,000 IQ because it's a pretty obvious play, but it does work sometimes. You play out the jettison, go deep, and now have bigger stats and get the trade.
And Pepsicola, now that we have the Mountain Scryer coming through and a Traveler in hand, maybe just shifting gears, right? Okay, if you've got the jettison, your Beast from Below survives, but now I don't care if Diana goes down. I'm shifting to a different win condition. With Traveler now in play, some of the bigger invokes that you're going to be getting will start absorbing the Veiled Temple buffs. And you can see, as soon as this mid-game hit, Pepsicola is now full board, a lot of units, a lot of mana value being squeezed out thanks to the discount aura and the Veiled Temple refunding some of the plays here.
And very heads up play here, taking down the engine and not maybe the better stat line 4-3 with Lifesteal or the elusive. I think he knows he's not going to lose on the board to just straight up mid-range attacks. It's not going to happen. He's not really scared about a elusive unit getting in for 5 attack. He's going to have an Abyssal Eye next turn. He goes for the engine unit that might be a problem going into a late, a longer game with a lot of value from that Scryer.
And Zoe just not icing on the cake for this attack. You can see like just the value and resource generation here. Another Equinox to answer a sea monster. Falling Comet being invoked earlier. The pressure is there on the board. The answers are there in the hand. It's going to come down to Trish getting some very clutch treasures now. It feels like that's what it's going to come down to. Jettison was cashed in earlier to get a cheeky value trade, and so we don't have that burst speed. Look at the bottom 4 cards of your hand and get a treasure.
And the second Equinox can definitely be a big problem here. Once again, gonna find a lot of value for Pepsi. Could have taken off the Challenger from Jaw Hunter if it came down, or could take away the Elusive from the Abyssal Eye next turn once it's played. Trish attacks before he plays the Elusive because really there's no difference. If he attacks you with the Elusive, it just gets chump blocked. He can do the same next turn. And maybe with Pepsicola's board being more full, it's a bigger problem for him.
Yeah, the Veiled Temple, again, just taking up a slot. Once you get to the higher reaches of the mana curve, it does become a little bit of an issue. However, these elusive units are doing a lot of work. Hush even coming through in order to take down this Shipwreck Hoarder at a pretty nice value pace and offset some of the damage.
That being said, it's basically a 3-for-1 against the Shipwreck, having to play the Pale Cascade. That does replenish itself, that is true, and the Hush there. And the hand now dwindling a bit. You do have, of course, this last invoke here that could be big. Spacious Sketcher going to get only smaller invokes. Then you have an Equinox, which is kind of a dead card. And the Obliterate effect, maybe waiting for a Nautilus to come down. So the salvage might be the difference here for Trish. As long as Zoe doesn't level up. That's the biggest thing here.
This one was played very late. I think she's only like maybe 3 or 4 out of 10. That can swing very quickly in decks like this because you're invoking so much. You're getting a wide variety of cards to trigger for Zoe's level up. But going into, 9 mana with the salvage, it lines up perfectly to still be able to cast the treasure afterwards. And a treasure trove to get 5 0-mana cards, either some big units, some very blowout effects, or some rallies could really help Trish bully here.
And she came out late, but we already saw, I think, 4 cards played this last turn with the Priestess. We saw the Hush, it can suddenly with Target, it's the kind of the deck and the region that you're invoking small cards like Equinox. Spacious Sketcher is like a 2 or a 3-for-1 kind of in cards played. So it can get out of hand very quickly, and that might be a problem with Temple as well, giving you more mana. Definitely helps out.
And gets both treasures off the salvage. Has to decide between Keelbreaker and Plateworm Egg.
So the odds are evening out from the low roll last game. You get the somewhat high roll this game, finding both treasures very quickly.
So Trish fangirls just reviewing the tapes here, checking the tapes, seeing what the best line of play is. Goes for the Keelbreaker.
And seems like the cleanup crew is here. Almost everything gets taken down, except for the single Devour. And this is the problem now where maybe Zoe's down and all of a sudden, well, you have the Immortal Fire that was found. It is at 12 attack. You still have 5 mana to work with. Does Pepsicola have what he needs?
Yeah, one more card, and this is gonna buff the Immortal Fire off of Veiled Temple, right? Has that been used yet?
I think he got the buff on the Immortal Fire the moment it was played. So it's a 12 attack now, Spacious Sketcher. And the Serpent, I mean, yeah, there's no mana for Trish,
man!
So it's just enough there, and the surrender comes in. That was game 3. So Trish with deep. We saw him go off in the quarterfinals, and right now, back-to-back losses with it. One, I think, was a big low roll, was very unfortunate. But this last game here, Diana Invoke seems to have had complete control of the game going to the late game, whereas usually it's deep, the one that it's really posing all the questions and the threats. In this case, it was the opposite.
The ability for the deck to just chump you out in the early mid game, right? Once you get to the later stages of the game, those big threats coming through they need to be answered. Deep wants to go, they get deep, go wide, beat you up, but the list has just not enough answers to those sorts of threats. You have Devourer, or Abyssal Eye, and that's really about it. The treasures came through, but it was just too little, too late. So really unfortunate. However, Trish will still get an opportunity to fight back up through the lower bracket. We're going to take a quick update to see how the rest of those matches played out. So Ultraman was able to take down Game Breaker and advance, of course. Getting an update. Broken Ball actually does get knocked out by Game Breaker, and that will be Trish's next opponent. Meanwhile, Kamilari being able to take down Petish, the seasonal champion, to take on Ultraman, who is a Fight Night champion from a couple weeks ago.
So Spain is still alive in the tournament, and the final is looking, I mean, pretty crazy. The EU Master champion Pepsicola against season number 1 champion Den. So, I mean, we knew we were going to see some pretty stacked finals in this tournament just because we're inviting, you know, big tournament winners or big tournament performers. But I think Den Pepsicola is a very justified match to see in the winners final. 2 great players, and I think some great lineups as well, which we saw here with Pepsicola with his Diana list. But we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, so stay tuned for some more Runeterra action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fight Night Legends EU Seasonal Showdown. Our stacked bracket just keeps on going. We're about to jump into the winners finals between Pepsicola and Den. Now,
And
Den, of course. Oh, go for it.
I mean, I think we both know both these players very well because they've been Dan maybe a bit later in the cycle of Runeterra esports because he kind of really got a big boost after winning the first seasonal, of course. Not just because the seasonal, because it was the first one as well. So Riot announces these huge tournaments. Den comes in as a kind of a coach role on TLG with players like Ultraman, for example, and ends up winning it. He had already been writing a few articles and everything before, so all of a sudden his voice got elevated to a much higher platform. I think he really did take advantage of it as well, I think. But a very good player, and Pepsicola, maybe more of a veteran, not in age, but definitely in results after winning, even before the Riot seasonal started, the EU Masters here in Europe with Portugal, with Manitas and Cyberdragon. That really cemented his name right away as one of the greats alongside players like Fresh Lobster and Broken Ball, etc. In the EU scene. So both players very storied. They have the huge tournament winnings to back it up as well, which only a few players have right now in this stage of the esports scene. And not surprised to see both these players fighting it away in this winners final.
Yeah, this winners final it could be the finals of almost any tournament. I think it's no surprise to see the players here, and both of them with their own interesting takes on the metagame. Now, just as a reminder on Den, we haven't seen in a little bit, did bring Nasus Thresh to the tournament today. This is a deck that was doing a lot on the ladder. A lot of players were doubting, like, oh, it's just post nerf meta. People are just experimenting with a lot of different decks. We'll see. And now that, fast forward a little bit, proves that this deck actually does have a lot of staying power, has been a menace on high Masters ladder, and now in the tournament scene, being brought all the way to the winners finals here. And the early aggression combined with the atrocity at the top end and even Rite of Negation to take away a little bit of that counterplay has proven to be a deadly combination.
And just some great matches against aggro. Once the patch came in, a lot of aggro decks suddenly rose to the top, Spiders being one of them, and Thresh Nasus with, the Slays working in favor of this deck with the very wide and cheap early boards with things like Fading Icon, Caretaker, etc., and things like Val Feast, for example, made it so that they could go toe-to-toe with aggro, but then have a stronger late game win condition with the Nasus, with the Atrocity as well.
It's the new flavor of They Who Endure, right? That early swarmy play and then a big bombastic finisher. And we saw too the Black Spear being a really fantastic tech in the current metagame. A lot of players really want Black Spear to maybe come up for Shadow Isles. It did get a baby buff, if I'm not mistaken, to put it more in line with like the power of other removal spells like Ravenous Flock, for example.
Maybe not in line, but closer to, because it does still cost, 2 more mana. But in this deck, I think it does make sense. A lot of decks maybe were scared of running it before because it wasn't maybe as consistent, because you do have to have a unit die before to make it available, which is maybe a harder thing to pull off than just Ravenous Flock with a damage unit or a stun unit. But in this case, this deck is all about everyone dying. So it's always going to be available, and it makes it a very consistent removal option for 3 mana.
And once you start getting into the early mid game, you get into this web of so many threats. Bakai Reaper potentially scaling up to become an atrocity target. We saw even Thresh be an atrocity target in Den's previous set. Potential for the crazy high roll miracle of getting 2 Nasus in play off of a leveled up Thresh. Again, it's a deck that can level him up pretty consistently. And a lot of decks, again, just struggling to find the pocket that they need to answer it effectively.
But it has a very strong aggro curve. It's like kind of this SI Shurima list that Swim got to Masters with and kind of popularized it a lot. That was very aggressive, using the caretakers in this whole like very cheap Shadow Isles flood the board type strategy. And it's very similar in that regard. But once that strategy ends or stops being as effective around turn 5, 6, 7, suddenly Nasus is there with Thresh as well. So you have a secondary, win condition. So it is a very complete deck in that sense, where you can't just play around the early game, and then if you get past that, you survive, or play around the late game. If you pressure the early game, you win. You kind of are screwed on pretty much any point in the game, which is the scariest thing about this deck, I think.
And once we compare that against Peps actually going in with his Invoke list, the full mono Targon with the Mountain Scryers with just an Atrocity Splash as an extra finisher. Being the opener versus Ezreal Draven, I was curious to see what this deck how this would stack up against Nasus Thresh. We're actually going to see it in reverse, it looks like. A lot of healing, a lot of chump blockers versus the discard aggro from Den.
Every time we talk about a deck, it's never in the first game. It's just the caster curse of showing Thresh Nasus and then just not seeing Thresh Nasus in the game. But we're already on turn 4, turn 5 now. Den is, the spiders are here. He's not playing the spiders deck, but they're here nonetheless. Crowd favorite is there as well to benefit from this wide board. And it's looking very different to what we saw in the very first game of this tournament when we saw discard aggro being played. You had more of a Jinx strategy and less of a go wide strategy. But in this case, both seem to be very effective.
The curve came through. The double house spider into the crowd favorite. This Den's deck notably is running suit ups and survival skills, opting away from the arena battlecaster. So not as much power being packed into these wide boards, but Den saying there's already enough big numbers on the board as is. I don't need to give an AoE +1/+1.
And the 4-1 Charger, not the ideal unit to be played here, doesn't trade into the crowd favorite unless the Pale Cascade is played, which is, could be the case, but has only 1 health, so not going to block much damage. But yeah, there's a Pale Cascade coming in. Now you have the trade going for you, and you get to cycle a card as well, and not take too much damage. And, you're still taking quite a bit of damage, and the board is still very much in favor of Den. The Vision and the Get Excited suddenly push, 8-7 more damage.
Yeah, you remove that blocker, so you're getting 7 already off of the crowd favorite, and then the Vision getting that 3 extra damage around the sides on the unblocked unit. This is going to put Pepsicola massively on the back foot, down to 6 HP. Jinx in hand, we see the Portal Cannon survival skills combo. That is looking to close out the game here in the next round or two. Crowd favorite still very healthy, still unanswered. Hush is 3 mana. That's half of what you have available just to stop this from coming through.
I'm going to call it now and say this game is over. Den seems to have a very high skill level with discard aggro. He's finding all the right cards in all the right orders. We saw him in game 1 with the craziest 15 damage 2-turn combo with Jinx on the board and double rockets. But in this case, going for more of a spider splash at the beginning, the comet comes into trade with Jinx, but you're still, like you said, you're dealing with 3 spiders that are buffed here and the crowd favorite and the Poros possibly coming in as well.
And this is honestly the best bet. You're obliterating the Jinx here because the rocket is just going to put you in the dirt, not even opting to obliterate the crowd favorite, and it's overwhelmed. This maybe tells us Peps does indeed have the Hush in hand to stop that, but you need a little bit more healing to block enough around the sides, I think. There is 3 star shaping in the deck, but we've seen time and time again, discard aggro is the deck that makes star shaping look like a bad card.
Diana comes in with a discount, so the 1 mana Diana, the kind of the debate there from Pepsicola. He still has the attack token as well, has not used it yet, was just obliterating the Jinx the last turn, so can take down one of these spiders, make the open attack a little bit less appealing. Dan was definitely going all in on this open attack after playing out both Poros and not trying to maybe rummage one of them away, for example. Going for the full swing open attack, has the overwhelm on the crowd favorite.
Ooh, even a rummage here to get the Flame Chompers in play. Nope, just decides to hold it. Goes for the open attack.
Interesting not to use it though. Not sure why you wouldn't. You don't really have plays regardless now in hand because you have to rummage at some point.
Probably thinking, maybe I want this to maybe combine with a suit up. If I can hold this for a while, maybe I can use it to flip Jinx, but rewarded here. Gets the Jinx anyway. But we do see that, again, the Hush for the crowd favorite. Poro's dealing a little bit of chip damage. And now Jinx is going to level. Pepsicola is going to need to get star shaping from this position in order to stop dying to the rocket.
And the pressure just keeps on mounting from Den. The Jinx comes down. Immediate level up, of course. Last card in hand. And you can get the rocket next turn as well. And like you said, Pepsicola only at 4 HP. So has to find some form of lifesteal here. Well, the pseudo doesn't matter here because it sets the 4/4. I guess you can save the Poro, sure, but you can save the Jinx at least. You can get the rocket though.
Yep, so here comes the rocket. This last 5 mana needs to be a star shaping.
And it looks like it isn't because that's going to be a surrender from Pepsicola. Game 1 of this winner's final goes to Den with discard aggro. Once again, showing the highs of discard aggro. When you find the right cards in the right order, it's almost unbeatable because it just does so much in creating pressure in a wide board with Jinx as an engine, with rockets, etc. as well. And now with survival skills as a sort of way to maybe have some more counterplay to help Jinx or crowd favorite survive.
And once you get to later stages of the game where you think you're stabilizing and you're just about to turn the corner, the deck has so much fuel with the Rummage, with the Augmented Experimenters, even with the leveled up Jinx drawing you an extra card, allowing you to fish for that burn and maybe get a few more points of elusive chip damage through. Pepsicola, you just have to shake it off, just say that's discard aggro, and we'll see how the matchup we really wanted to see plays out. Nasus Thresh versus this list. It's going to be very similar. A lot of early units of beating you down here at the start of the game, but it's going to come down to well-timed hushes and developing enough chump blockers on Pepsicola's side. Hopefully the Spacey Sketchers and the Dianas come through similarly.
Scar, I'm looking at this hand from Dan and I'm thinking, this man has some sort of magical power because this is high roll after high roll, finds literally the god tier early game curve, has the attack token on the right turn. Of course, that's the beginner play. You have to start up the game with the turn 3 attack token to really benefit. And this is one of the scariest boards you can look at on turn 3. He's playing the 2 decks that have the scariest board on turn 3. So playing maybe some mental warfare here against Pepsicola.
No play here from Pepsicola. Not even a chump blocker. 6
HP the first 3 or 4 turns of the game, back to back. I mean, how do you deal with this if you're Pepsi?
You can't. The Blighted Caretaker is going to come down next round too. You aren't even at unit parity yet. And then Blighted Caretaker is going to develop 2 challengers anyway. So your 2 blockers, you're always down 2 blockers against this deck in the early game. Blighted Caretaker, absolutely redonkulous card.
I mean, you have so many units, you don't have enough space. You want Diana to kill one of your units, so you have enough space to get your full combo off the next open attack. That's how nuts this deck is at creating pressure on the board and having extremely wide board clears here as well. But Vile Feast comes in.
Feast against the Zoe, no Pale Cascade to survive that. Can't get the star chart to get another blocker. Lunari Priestess being forced here. It's an open invoke. You could still get the Serpent to try to get a lifeline from this position. No dice. Maybe Crescent Strike punishes the Blighted Caretaker here.
I think you still go for it. I mean, it does make sense to just go wide here. You have the kill on Diana as well, unless they have Pale Cascade. And Pale Cascade, if used, that's 2 mana that's not being used to survive because it's just helping Diana survive, but you're not healing your Nexus, you're not dealing damage to other units here. So 7 mana to work with now for Pepsicola. Second Onslaught. He took a big hit on the first one. Can he even survive the second one? Is my question here.
Yeah, if you star shaping, you go up to 11.
Looks like it might be that because no units to be played here, no Crescent Strike to be played here. Has to play at fast speed now with 7 mana. Might have star shaping, might have guiding touch. There's a star shaping for 5. Heals up to 11. And he's taking 10. So it's good, but at what cost? You're surviving on 1 HP just to suffer once again on the next active in turn because the pressure's not over yet. Once, like I mentioned before at the very start of the game, you have all these early game units doing their thing, this wide army. And once that pressure eventually subsides, you have Thresh and Nasus waiting in your hand.
Atrocity! Hush isn't even going to be a factor here. You usually want to use Hush to shrink this Nasus down to make him not an atrocity target. None of this can block Fearsome, but Kai Reaper is lethal. Absolutely brilliant sequence from Den coming through. Double Blighted Caretaker really showing its power. And so much being presented on the board. You don't even develop the second Cursed Keeper. This is the most lethal swing I've ever seen.
On turn 7, I would agree with you. It's a whole lot of damage. If somehow Pepsicola has hacked the game and created cards that could stop this attack, there's still an atrocity in hand to just in case, deal a little bit more damage and do even more. But at 1 HP, I have a hard time believing with 7 mana, he does not have the cards to do this. Star Shaping would not do it, would not put him out of range. And yeah, he just takes the full hit here. just for a good measure. And that's Den winning a best of 3 in 10 minutes. Scar, a month ago, we were watching 1 hour Targan mirror matches between Fresh Lobster and other players. I think the chat might know that I like this meta a whole lot more.
The level of threat these decks are capable of generating so early in the game, just goes to show that with just a few key nerfs in the metagame, like a deck like this, if you queue into Fiora Shen, this early swarmy package, just backfires on you immediately. But just opening up a little bit of space in the metagame to remove some of the natural predators for decks like this to thrive, you're seeing that explosive potential be brought to bear. And the mainstays, the value-oriented mainstay decks from the previous meta are starting to get edged out. We thought the era of aggro was starting to come to a close as the metagame settled down, but they just were in the changing room putting on a new outfit to show off here for this tournament.
That being said, this level of explosion is not normal. You have to say those two might be in a single best of 3, the 2 most high roll back-to-back games I have ever seen, because the hand and the draws and every stage in the game for both of those decks with discard aggro and Thresh Nasus were absolutely nuts from Den. And he's a very good player, and when a very good player has very good cards, he's gonna maybe win the game and make these games seem like non-games. But takes the very quick 2-0, knocks down Pepsi to the losers bracket, and now we'll have to wait very patiently for 2 or 3 hours until his competitor, his opponent, is able to climb back up into the grand finals.
And speaking of climbing, Trish fighting his way back up through the bracket, being able to take down Gamebreaker 2-0. We're still figuring out whether Kamilari or Ultraman will be able to figure out the next opponent here. Trish had already sent Kamilari to the losers bracket, so that would be a very interesting grudge match potentially being settled right now.
And Trish, that means that Deep is still here, so it's going to be great to see a bit more Deep happening as well. Kamilari, the Spanish representation, I hope to see him also maybe facing Deep, but we'll find out right now because Kamilari is facing Ultraman in what is the opposite of what we just seen. We're looking at game 1 still, so these players did not get the memo. I think they might have started late, or it's just Trundle Lissandra doing Trundle Lissandra things. And Ultraman, I don't know what his hand is doing, but it's looking pretty weird with 2 Guiles and 2 Rummages.
So yeah, this is Ezreal Draven. For a second, I thought it was Swain, but he somehow managed to get the forbidden 8 mana stacked up Improbulator in order to get the Leviathan. And Thorn of the Rose coming through. Ezreal hatching from the iceberg. Is this enough damage here?
Ezreal doing his best Anivia cosplay. I'm not sure if it's working out just the same, but still hatching from an egg nonetheless. And he does have the spells to back it up. The Rousset in French. Always love seeing the French card names here. Thank you, Ultraman, once again. I'm still hoping for an Astropong with some Zoe play later on.
And yes, chat, that is a Frozen Thrall. That's how long this game has gone, that Frozen Thrall has actually hatched out of the landmark.
We finished the winners final, come down to this game on the losers bracket, and we're still on game 1. So you have to assume something happened to make this game go this long.
But yeah, the Thorn of the Rose to get the Guiles, the technology to maybe slow down the Watcher from exploding your deck is massive. The Arachnoid Sentries probably coming, being perfectly timed in order to stop this win condition. And no leveled up Lissandra being able to survive on board to give the Nexus tough. When you have a deck like this that is designed around a burn win condition, giving the Nexus tough does so much to cut away that damage. Going for another cycle.
Looks like it's going to be a Vengeance and a Sentry that can cycle itself in hand for Kamilari. And it looks like it is game 2, actually. So I was surprised to see it still being game 1. I was thinking, what turn are we on? Is this turn 37? But it is game 2 here. Ultraman is actually 1-0 up in this series. So this is Kamilari's... he's at 5 HP. He has to survive this to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, so Ultraman, that means that Ultraman's first win came from Nasus Thresh.
No spells drawn to use with Ezreal here either.
It's going to be close. Another cycle. 4 mana beam takes down the Matron. Or you cycle it. Just keep going for the burn. Ultraman knows what the win condition is, knows what the stakes are. You have to draw as many cards as you can before your deck is exploded.
You have the Farron here. You have 2 Farrons here, but you don't have the spell mana to back it up. You normally would be able to have it on turn 10, playing the 8 mana Farron and then the 5 mana Decimate. But because he did not find the Farron off the first Sum Treasury, he had to use the second one, and that's going to be a surrender coming in from Ultraman. Kamilari takes this game 2, and we still have a series. We're going to be going to game 3 of this matchup between these 2 players.
So now that's going to be the Matron deck getting a win. So Den is still going to be forced to stay on the Ezreal Draven, and then Kamilari is going to be swapping to his other list, which is also Ezreal Draven. So we'll have an interesting. I think this is the first time we've seen the mirror match. I think
in this tournament, that is correct. In life, no, because Ezreal Draven used to be around, and it's back around now, and it's actually the most brought deck to this tournament. So at some point, we were gonna see this mirror match happen. I think it is a fun mirror match to see. Obviously, very dependent on in the early game. If you find the tri-beams, you get those huge swings with tri-beams. I think especially we learned this from past metas. Using the tri-beams for tempo early on, for 3 damage on an Ezreal, for example, or on a Draven, is a huge swing in tempo. And not trying to be greedy and go for that, 9 mana, tri-beam is something I think everyone learned to go for in the last few metas.
And what I also do like about Ezreal Draven here is it's gotten a few more cards that fit into the archetype, but haven't necessarily been made core. So players are still able to adjust the deck to their liking. Again, with Ultraman bringing Thorn of the Rose, there's some players who are moving away from Scorched Earth and just bringing Guillotine, for example. Some players who still like the Scorched Earth. And so there is still a lot of flexibility there within the list. So even despite the mirror match being very similar in play style, the variance within the match, and there is a lot of micro decisions to be made. So overall, it is one of the more exciting mirror matches I think that can exist in the tournament meta.
Yeah, and the flex slots are very relevant because they're very impactful. The changing of certain cards depending on what you expect to see in the current meta or a current tournament. You might think in this tournament, I'm going to expect players to bring more of this and less of this. So I'm going to bring more guillotines or more scorched earths, etc. And that you can get that payoff for being a better deck builder as well going into the tournament. So we'll have to see in the game how that pans out. Of course, in the mirror, it's not going to matter as much, I think, as when you're playing something like Deep, for example, or you're playing something like a Temple deck like Pepsicola has brought. It could matter a bit more.
And when it comes to Ezreal Draven, right, you mentioned it's the most brought deck for this tournament. And I think it, again, because of its flexibility and its versatility, it is exactly the sort of deck that does speak to these competitive players. That slot, has been occupied at one time or another by Fiora Shen, a list that has very stable matchups across the board and some very favored ones. And you just rely on your skill as a pilot to squeeze out those win percentages and just have a solid deck to round out your lineup.
Looking to start here, the hand for Ultraman. Draven, always good. Some treasure, perfect synergy with the Draven as well, but possibly missing a tri-beam here to round things out. Has a lot of 3-drops, has the thermal beam that can be used for 3 mana, of course, to get that tri-beam counter and maybe take down a Draven, for example, as well.
When you look at Ultraman's list, there actually is no ballistic bot, and there's only a couple house spiders in here, again, just to kind of hold down the early game against some of these more aggressive lists.
Maybe showing why he doesn't have ballistic bot. The current hand has, with Draven, of course, as the main engine, a lot of cards that can give him toss or give him discard targets for the Sun Treasures and the Rummage.
And we actually do have eyes on Kamilari's hand. This is a pretty even outcome from both sides. Having the Ezreal early is quite nice. The odds of it sticking are kind of low. I wonder if Kamilari is just going to try to play it early to just try to find a window where it can get a couple sneaky attacks, or he's just going to sit on it with the Static Shock, wait for it to level, and try to play it then.
And the perfect 6 mana, 3 and 3 here with Draven and the Tri-Beam coming down, or the Thermal Beam rather coming down. Draven attacks here. We could see it get excited onto this axe, but instead just a chump block from the Spider.
And then you get another axe. Again, just some fodder for your Rummage. You can use it with the Sump Dredger here. Now there's a Tri-Beam. finally being drawn. This makes the Sump Dredger a little bit of a better play. And also the Culling Strike. After that Draven went down, your board was pretty thinned out. You have to play the Ezreal there, I think, to try to get some value, saving the Arachnoid Sentry against Captain Farron in the later stages of the game, or maybe to combine with Ravenous Flock.
I would have maybe liked to see a rummage onto those axes before playing the Cooling Strike in case you found a second Tri-Beam. But instead, opting to maybe keep these axes as fodder for the Sump Dredgers and has that one Tri-Beam to really get a lot of value from it. But very cleanly takes down Ezreal with the Cooling Strike. And now the Static Shock does the same in return against this Draven.
This is an interesting outcome right here with the early Tri-Beam being stacked. This is one that maybe you can sit on and let grow since you've kind of opened up a really nice tempo advantage for yourself here as we head into the mid game. And then the Tri-Beams that you start to top deck here are the ones that you maybe just focus on stacking 1 or 2 times and cashing them in to just keep that tempo going. But Kamilari answering back admirably and now also beginning to draw into and establish some threats.
A very clean, just mirror match type trade here. Both players playing Sump Dredgers, both players trading off these Sump Dredgers, and the game continues on as if nothing has happened. But of course, the counter, the Tri-Beam is in hand for Ultraman, and there's no Tri-Beam in hand for Kamilari. So a slight edge in that trade going to Ultraman, and still everything is working out, I think, like Ultraman would like it to. He has a Tri-Beam, he has the Ezreal drawn here now as well. He has a lot of counterplay available.
And a Mystic Shock being cashed in, getting this blocker out of the way. This means that you can develop your Ezreal potentially to get a swing through. Kamilari does have a little bit of the mirror working in his favor, having the Captain Farron on round 8 with the attack token.
Thorn of the Rose could be pretty effective, but it would have had to be played, a bit before. Not going to happen here, but Scorched Earth is going to be good enough. So Static Shock comes in, damages the Farron, and of course, with Ezreal Draven, they do some things very well, but other things, they don't do at all. And there's no way to stop this Scorched Earth from killing this Farron, as, the same way there's no way of healing, etc. There's some things in the deck that they just cannot do.
And the Guillotine making its resurgence into the list, activating some of the synergies that we haven't seen in a while, being able to discard the fleeting copy to pay the cost of Rummage here. So 2 more cards being drawn. Ultraman is doing a fantastic job of stacking up this Tri-Beam, setting up for this Ezreal, not even going to put him at risk.
He wants to play the Ezreal once it levels up, so it has that 4 health, and it can play around things like Get Excited especially.
Ooh, and now Ultraman being blessed with the Captain Farron seems like a pretty solid play from this position. If you don't have the Guillotine, if you don't have the answer to the Captain Farron, taking that huge burst of damage puts you so far behind on this mirror match. Arachnoid Sentry now responding.
The stun comes in, and both players able to kind of stop the Farron in its tracks, which helps a lot in reducing the tempo and the pressure from your opponent, because when you're playing Farron, you're playing 8 mana all at once, and if you can stop that for less mana, then suddenly you're trading up and you're kind of stabilizing a little bit and going further into the late game. And
so Kamilari has a couple forks in the road to take here. Like, you can only go, you're going to rummage away the House Spider, I was going to say. We're at the point in the game where, as long as you have the right units in board to stop this Captain Farron, it's not really about going wide anymore. It's about finding the tempo and the time in order to cast these burn spells. Kamilari gets the first Decimate of the match and is a little bit ahead, but with this Captain Farron still alive, that's going to spell a lot of troubles here on the next attack token.
Farron comes down, easy trade or a stun as well. We have the Gal in hand as well. You can just stun it, and that would be an easy, or the Arachnoid Sentry, even better. You're able to stun it and also develop a unit onto the board and also get yet another proc onto the Tri-Beam and probably later. So we'll see what ends up hitting. It's currently at 8. It's now going to be at 9, and he still has the mana to play it now with the Ezreal leveled up as well. So suddenly all the pressure comes flooding in against Kamilari.
And here it is, a 9-drop being summoned on top of this Farron, on top of this open attack that's about to happen.
The Cooling Strike kills the Ezreal and stops this point of damage from coming in off the target. Karina comes in, no play effect, so just a 6/6 body. Maybe, not exactly the climax we were expecting from the 9 drops, but the full swing comes in nonetheless, and there's really nothing you can do to stop this at all. No fast feed spells other than Rummage, and the surrender comes in from Kamilari. Ultraman takes the game, takes the series, and moves on for the losers bracket semis against Trish Fangirl. Kamilari, Spanish player, unfortunately eliminated.
Unfortunate. Now, Ultraman, again, a previous fight night champion, and, you know, Kamilari being denied that grudge match against Trish, that rematch, very unlucky. But, you know, we're still going to see two players with a very interesting variety of decks go toe-to-toe. And I think, honestly, that the Ezreal match, Ultraman was pretty much in control for most of it. You can never quite count out Ezreal Draven, but the ability to punish that very slow development of the Captain Farron, I think, into the Tri-Beam is really what sealed it there.
And that's going to be it for this match, of course, but we're going to check out the bracket in just a bit just to see what it currently looks like, what we're going to be looking at after the break. But like we mentioned, Trish Fangirl going to be going up against Ultraman, and Den going to be waiting very patiently in the grand finals to see who his opponent will end up being. And Pepsicola, of course, he's missing in that losers final, but he is also waiting there patiently. So we're going to a very quick break. We'll be back in 5 minutes with more Runeterra action.
moving along quite nicely at a very steady clip. And our next match is going to be Ultraman versus Trish Fangirl 69.
Ultraman, of course, the veteran player from coming all the way from Gwent initially, making a pretty big name for himself there with TLG, and now still with TLG, rocking it in Runeterra as well, and getting some great results. Won a lot of our tournaments, of the Fighting Night tournaments. I think with Marcus, maybe the player that's won the most tournaments, or now does he have 4 wins now? So he would be the player with the most. I think he does. So all in all, a very veteran player. And Trish Fangirl, a player that maybe hasn't been in the spotlight for as long, but the time he has been in the spotlight have been quality moments, making it to seasonal tournaments and having a good showing with Norway in the EU Masters as well.
Getting a lot of strong outcomes today with a very interesting take, right? Zoe Lee Sin, pretty standard tournament deck, but also a turbo deep list. Deep, a variant that a lot of players feel like has been slept on lately, and Trish showing off some of the highs and the lows that the deck is capable of. The Ezreal Draven being brought from Ultraman has been performing quite nicely. It's a very popular deck, but just the tech and the ability to pilot the list in the mirror match has just proven to be a very heavy success for Ultraman up to this point. And we just saw in the conclusion of the last set how devastating this list can be in the right hands. No matter how, even when Ezreal Draven was popular in the metagame previously, before Captain Farron was nerfed, there were a faction of players who thought the deck was actually very bad and shouldn't be brought to tournaments, but it's always been popping off.
Yeah, it's a deck that I think during EU Masters, where you had to bring 9 decks with the deck that some players brought, and some people, I'm not going to say any names, thought the deck wasn't as good as it was, showing up in play rate in tournaments. And this was the consensus. I think a lot of people in the community thought the same, but then it got optimized. It got even the addition of newer cards that aren't in this version of the deck, like Ballistic Bot, but have made the deck better in terms of the options you have to play with it. And it's gotten better and better, and it's been in this meta and maybe 2 metas ago a consistent performer on ladder and on tournaments that has a chance to tech for certain matchups. It has flexible slots and it has answers to almost everything. It has some problems with not being able to heal, for example. It has some problems against certain decks, but overall it has a very good matchup spread similar to Fiora Shen.
Yes, exactly. The caveat there again is the understanding of the deck and the plays that it's capable of, taking the right lines, the flexibility around saving your tri-beams for bigger units in the late game or cashing them in early for tempo. Simply means that the deeper understanding of this list, I think, massively increases the skill cap, and the players that really click with Ezreal Draven just post those win rates that you love to see. And I think that Ultraman is demonstrating definitely, I think, a deep understanding of the list, especially breaking away from Ballistic Bot to include Thorn of the Rose instead, in order to tech for specific matchups, like you mentioned.
Yeah, some players have been playing this list for a lot over many different metas and have been just big proponents of it. Broken Ball being one of them, Ultraman being another one of them, Alan as well, of course, on ladder. But I think especially Ultraman on ladder as well, when the deck first became a thing, was playing it and enjoying it. So I'm not surprised to see him still playing it, and obviously having mastered it, has a very good understanding of its matchups and the play style you need to adopt in certain situations as well.
There's other players, like I know Morbidorp has advocated for the list, basically saying it's the perfect deck and sets up like a barometer that all other decks' power levels should sort of be balanced against. A list like this has a very high skill cap, very flexible, but also has very defined weaknesses that you're able to exploit, and a pretty exciting mirror match, to be honest.
And the inclusion of Tri-Beam makes it, I think, definitely a fun deck to spectate and to cast as well. But it looks like we're starting off with Ultraman's Ezreal Draven versus Trish's Lee Zoe. We saw this Lee Zoe deck do some pretty bonkers things in earlier in the tournament. In a game that seemed completely lost at 2 HP, suddenly Lee Sin did 13 damage without Overwhelm, which I think in my case might be a record, seeing a 13 attack Lee Sin, but it was definitely enough to just seal the game instantly and flip that result completely. So Trish Fangirl hoping to do the same, I think, in this tournament, in this game.
The early onslaught of elusives here potentially coming through with Sparklefly is always something to worry about. You need that early culling strike or a mystic shot to try to shut that down. We've got the curve of Mountain Goat as well into potentially the Mentor of the Stones. So just try to push through.
And missing Lee Sin here, but you do have the the early blockers and the board presence, which you do need against Ezreal Draven. It's a deck that isn't an aggro deck. It isn't really a control deck. It's kind of in the middle and really goes off of tempo and pressure and flooding the board with valuable units that aren't too weak, but they have resilience. And these Mountain Goats will help in countering that.
So Mountain Goat tanks that removal, allowing the Mentor of the Stones to come down. Pretty unlikely. I think 1 mana Thermo would even be used there against the Mentor. And it's just a matter of trying to shut down this engine. Ultraman knows that getting these tankier units in play is going to spell a lot of trouble. You're taking more damage than you'd like to. You're having to use your very key removal for 2 drops and 3 drops, and you're kind of trading down into it. And this is just the matchup of trying to establish threats versus trying to keep your opponent's board under control.
And there's a Mystic Shot coming in, going to be killing the Sparklefly here, allowing Ezreal pretty much a free attack this next turn where the Mentor cannot block it. And the Mentor, of course, has its fantastic support tag and could not really do much in supporting with the stun that happened last turn.
And this is sort of a repeat of what we saw from Trish's last round with this deck, where it was just units struggling to stick to the board and a handful of spells, and this is where things kicked into hyperdrive, where like Lee Sin came down on curve, and the top decks were like just barely enough to keep enough threats in play.
That's the important thing, though. Lee Sin has to appear in the hand, and that's what he got it at just the right moment last game. But right now, it's looking a bit troublesome here. He's going to have a very full hand, no units, and nothing to really play these gems or these, it's just not really ideal here.
Yeah, you've got the Concussive Palm at the very least, just to get a 3-2, but this is just another body that gets stunned or dies to a Mystic Shot. The fact that no Pale Cascades were drawn to kind of offset some of this healing, and when you're forced to try to keep up with tempo, when you're desperately trying to establish a board, you aren't floating the spell mana to sidestep your opponent's plays the way you'd like to. A lot of the deck has been thinned out, hopefully, at this point with the Deep Meditation, that if the next handful of draws are units to combine with these gems and these Zenith Blades, we might have a real match here. But Ultraman is just slowly getting ahead in this tempo game to the point of no return.
And that Notify could have been very important, but this gem being played here means that you're going to be able to trade this off with anything here, or you can take the damage if you're Ultraman, go for the ultra tempo strategy of both stunning and maybe Ravenous flocking the unit and hoping to go for, I'm not sure how off Ezreal is from level up, and just trying to go for full pressure that way. But looks like he's going to play a bit more safe, a bit more value oriented, and not try and rush for the win just yet, considering that Trish is at 18 HP.
Against Targon, these 5/1s are so strong. If your opponent runs out of units, can't chump block the way they like to do, they don't have that damage-based removal. The best they've got is invoking into a Meteor Shower. So here it is, Ravenous Flock going to come through, gets notified. Trish isn't going to be able to block, but you still need to keep this Eye of the Dragon alive. It's your last lifeline.
And the Culling Strike not actually used there, so maybe it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you can Tri-Beam instead, get the unit from Tri-Beam. This is going to be a huge swing here with 2 Thorn of the Roses attacking for 5 attack. And that's going to be the surrender coming in from Trish. So we saw Trish really high roll with the Lee Sin when the win he did get on stream. So in this case, maybe the opposite happening. Not having the right hand, just a whole ton of spells, forced to play that Zenith Blade on the Eye of the Dragon, and it really dying anyway to the Tri-Beam that was in hand from the beginning. A lot of 3 drops were played, and it got to 6 very quickly, and the tempo swing there was just too much to deal with. So game 1 goes to Ultraman. Ezreal Draven still showing that it has great matchups across the board.
The Ancient Spectre of Lee Sin. If you don't draw it, the deck can't really do much. The removal from Ezreal Draven just lined up so beautifully there, moving the deck away from just Captain Fair and Waiting Room to use your removal to build up an advantage slowly and then use your tempo and convert that into a win. And we're going to see that happen, I think, again with this Nasus Thresh list into the Zoe Lee Sin. Zoe turn 1. There is a Vile Feast open.
And there is a Pale Cascade in response. So Zoe will be surviving here. The Spider will at least help in providing a unit that the caretaker can use next turn on the attack. And it is once again Ultraman on the, like Den, third attack. The token's going to be in his favor, but not really having the high roll hand that Den had when we saw him in the winner's final. No Curse Keeper for the extra synergy.
Yeah, just slaying a unit, getting those procs slowly, answering the Zoe is going to do a lot to stop, Crescent Strike, Equinox from slowing down your pace, and just getting this damage through. Out of all of the decks in the metagame, I think that this one probably has the best bet of surviving against this one just because of the healing and because of denies and whatnot to potentially answer Atrocity a bit easier than other lists can. Mountain Goat going to try to come down and hold the fort.
And there's the Reaper coming down and still 4 mana to work with. The Black Spear is there as well for Ultraman if he opts to use it, maybe on something like an Eye of the Dragon, for example. But we'll see if there are going to be any attacks. There are some bad trades here for Trish with a 2-1 blocking one of the Mountain Goats.
Crescent Strike, a phenomenal pickup here. So
it'll be just basically a 3-for-3 counter against the Bloody Caretaker. Once it is played, you can just stun both of the ephemeral challengers. But Thresh comes down instead for Ultraman.
Yeah, on the attack token, getting a tankier play. With Bakai, it's nice, but with no Nasus in sight and keeping mana open for Black Spear, it's kind of close. I guess by playing the Thresh, you're specifically trying to answer the Eye of the Dragon. And doesn't opt for Crescent Strike.
And opting to just pass there. He burns 2 mana from Trish. I'm not sure how valuable that was. You had a chance, like you said, to try and kill off this Eye of the Dragon, for example, and get an attack with the 2-1 as well. But instead, opting to take it slower, burn some mana rather from Trish, and play a slower game here. Maybe going for the Thresh level up.
Without the early high roll, Ultraman may be realizing that the true win condition might be leveling Thresh and trying to get a couple Nasuses in play.
This is a much better Butcher here, taking advantage of the Doomkeeper's brother, the ephemeral brother, going down, sacrificing him for the Butcher to come into the board, and now the open attack, or the attack rather, is going to be looking a lot more scary here.
The Lee Sin is in play early, but still a lot of work needs to be done with buffing him up and trying to get some stats on him, right? Thresh with 6 HP is very safe from this position.
And with 4 mana, Ultraman has maybe not a way. I'm not sure if he can really level up Thresh to turn, depending on what Trish decides to do here. But he has a lot of counterplay available. He has Glimpse. He has the Butcher to just eat another one of his units, for example, just to get another Slay, for example, and another kill, of course. And he has a Black Spear as well, if there isn't a barrier on the Lee Sin.
So there is enough, it looks like. Thinking about Pale Cascade versus the Resonating Strike here. Do you want to cycle the card, or do you want to use this free spell? And a little bit of last-minute swap there.
Ultraman deciding what to do here with 4 mana. Of course, there's not really any way to get this barrier off of the Lee Sin. Doesn't have any kind of ping effect, like a Vile Fleece would have been fantastic here, of course, but does not have that in hand. We saw it played earlier to try and take down Zoe. Glimpse Beyond comes out instead, taking down the unit that's going to die anyway and not do any damage in combat, and sacrificing it for 2 cards as well. The Nasus now has been found. And is this the Thresh level up? It is, so that's a whole big problem now for Trish to deal with. The Nasus in hand, and the Nasus coming out for free on the board on the open attack this next turn, without anything that Trish can really do about it, as long as Ultraman does go for the open attack, which I assume he probably will, just to get that Nasus out guaranteed.
You get the guaranteed Nasus. It's going to be fearsome. Only the Mountain Goat potentially can block. And you got to remember, this taking place further up the chain potentially means that something being slain will give Nasus 10 attacks so he can level here. Spell Shield is going to make him so hard to stop. And there's the Deep Med, gets the Concussive Palm.
And this is the thing with Thresh. The fantastic thing is you bring out Nasus for free, let's say, and now you have the 9 mana to work with to kind of do whatever you want in terms of, counterplay. You have the right negation now to stop your opponent's spell here. You can kill off your own unit with Red Negation instead of going for the mana crystal. Get the Nasus to 10 and have him flip on this attack as well. So you have the counterplay now to do all of this, and this becomes a much stickier situation for Trish to deal with.
So now you've got Spell Shield on a huge fearsome unit, an AoE debuff onto the enemy side, and the ever-looming threat of Atrocity. There is one more copy of Rite of Negation in Ultraman's list. Black Spear also being added to the pile to take down the Eye of the Dragon.
1 mana away from the double Black Spear onto the Lee Sin to kill it, but the Lee Sin does survive. Gonna have a very hard time dealing 18 damage though. Even with Zenith play, he's still at 3 attack. He hasn't leveled up yet. There's no gems either, so the Mentor is there, but maybe a bit too late to deal with what is, you know, a very scary Nasus.
Yeah, so there's the Crescent Strike, just to do spell number 1 for Lee Sin. And from this position, you know, you need to put a lot of things on the stack. You have to try to boost up this Lee Sin as much as possible, get the attack power up there, get the overwhelm, try to go for the OTK, while at the same time, you're down 4 mana. You have to keep 4 mana open at all times against the Atrocity, potentially.
The Atrocity or the Siphoning Strike in this case.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you could go for Siphoning, because now you pull the Nasus out of the deck with leveled up Thresh. Your Nasus you drew becomes a Concerted Strike.
And you still have double Black Spear as well, so there's the Nasus going back to the hand.
The Spell Shield doesn't absorb the... Oh, wait, no, the Crescent Strike popped it. My mistake. The aura coming off of it made me think it was Spell Shield. All right, so, whew. It just gets replayed, though.
The Nasus is back. Nothing has changed. You're only now at 4 mana, though, for Ultraman, so you don't really have the chance to play out double Black Spear or to play out something like Siphoning Strike. And there was still mana until that Mentor was played to deny for Trish. But again, Thresh can now challenge. There are no fearsome blockers. A Mentor with 0 attack is not going to cut it, even with 17 Pale Cascades. Well, 17 it will, but with 2 or 3 it won't. And you have to see how you're going to block this attack from Nasus now.
Yeah, the Spell Shield means that Concussive Palm isn't going to stop it here. You have the Guiding Touch, your Nexus, to survive with 1 HP. Deep Med maybe pull something here, but if you commit too much, your opponent just goes for the Atrocity. You have to pray they don't have it.
There is no card draw at the very least for Ultraman. No Spirit Leech, no Glimpse Beyond in hand, which makes it more difficult considering he doesn't have Atrocity in hand, has a top deck instead.
There's 1 Hush. But the Spell Shield, you need 2. You need something else that can pop this Spell Shield.
Not just that, but the more you commit to this current instance of combat, the less you have to try and stop double Black Spear from killing your Lee Sin, which is your win condition after all.
And a last-minute Spell Thief into Vile Feast cast drops under the 4 mana for Deny, giving the early Shen emote, just saying, if you've got the Atrocity, then so be it.
14 damage comes in. Trish Fangirl 69 down to 2 HP now. Black Spear number 1. Check.
And Nasus, he just keeps growing even after he's come into play. It's just so massive here. You'd think that it's like Vi, like getting the unit with 10 attack to be able to complete a strike would be too difficult, but Nasus just making the dream happen.
And no Lee Sin in hand. We talked about Lee Sin obviously being the star of this deck. When one is dead and there's not a second one in hand, it's definitely a problem. Deep Med cannot draw you. Lee Sin, of course, can only draw your spells, can help your top decks, but has to be played this turn. And this is really the last possible chance, this attack token, for Trish to do anything. So it's looking pretty doomed here.
The Lee Sin, if that Lee Sin had been able to come down in a better spot, get the Zenith Blade, etc., and maybe try to set up a Miracle 13 attack like previous, we could have maybe seen it here. But Ultraman just demonstrating that even without the early game Blighted Caretaker ridiculous opening, this deck's mid to late game strategies are still there. Look at this AoE debuff from leveled up Nasus, just putting in so much work from this position. You can't even summon proper chump blockers against this big fearsome guy.
Caretaker comes down, and now this activates the Slay effect, so that Black Spear is also now activated. So Eye of the Dragon can come down as well, and you have Siphoning Strike if you want to get an even better open attack, or save that just in case for later on to deal with the Lee Sin. But it's looking pretty doomed here. I think there's not much that you can do if you are Trish Fangirl.
At this point, we're just trying to see how big this Nasus can get. No Atrocity coming through. There's 2 copies in the deck. There has been some experimentation between having 2 or 3. 3 is very good for clutching out games, but can be sort of clunky. And I think Ultraman is just showing that you don't necessarily need it to close out games.
And Ultraman playing out his whole hand with the idea of going for what he hopes is now finally the lethal open attack on this next turn. There is no fearsome blocker. Every unit here has been debuffed. The Spider was obviously now with the Sand Spinner as well debuffed, even after the gems were played. And now Nasus attacking first. 16 damage, Spell Shield still there. There's a single Hush in hand, and there's a Pill Cascade to cycle.
And you can even pull the Spider since it's vulnerable to play around Pale Cascade.
You have the chance to Vile Feast the Dragonling to also deny that 1 point of lifesteal.
Yeah, so there it is, just 1 Hush. All it does is pop the Spell Shield. Pale Cascade, trying to draw a Concussive Palm.
But it finds the Lee Sin. I believe we saw that a bit earlier. The spoiler, the Shen emote comes in, and the Surrender comes in, and Ultraman takes game 2 and takes the series. Lee Sin not doing enough here for Trish Fangirl. We saw it have an explosive win earlier in the tournament, but in this case, does not find the right combination, the right, had Lee Sin, but then Lee Sin died, couldn't deal with the Thresh level up. Just that amount of value was just too much in the mid game, and ends up getting taken down without even playing deep, unfortunately, in this semifinal. But Ultraman makes it now to the losers bracket final against Pepsicola and secures a top 3 spot in this tournament.
Yeah, the game with Trish there, Lee Sin is a deck that if it curves out well, if you get your high rolls like Sparklefly, Mentor of the Stones into an early Lee, it can do a lot to really oppress you once it gets that advantage in the early mid game. But the real grit where the heroes are born is where you're just drawing like poop and you have to try to make something out of nothing. And the decisions that you have to make when you're behind matter a lot more. And Trish just wasn't able to pull it off there against Nasus.
And that will be, of course, now the top 3 pretty much cemented for this tournament. We'll be going to a quick break, and we'll be coming back with that losers bracket final between Ultraman and Pepsicola after this, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU Seasonal Showdown Edition. The Losers Bracket Finals are about to happen. Ultraman has just been stomping his way up through this bracket and is now trying to take down Pepsicola to see who gets to fight against our grand finalist that's locked in, Den.
And of course, both big names in the EU scene, Pepsicola with the EU Masters win, and Ultraman just being an all-around, fantastic ladder player initially. Considered, I think in the second season where kind of MMR mattered, he had this huge streak where he was 1,000 LP above everyone else, basically. And that really kind of brought his name into the Runeterra scene, at least, because he is from Gwent, and I knew him from then as well. And since then, he's now transitioned into tournaments as well and had a lot of winning. So both veteran and both experienced player with a lot of results. And both players bringing Ezreal Draven, so maybe they're onto something. Maybe this is the deck to bring to tournaments with a similar format like this one.
Yeah, players with a lot of experience, a lot of tournament prep experience, can really use the toolbox this deck is capable of to their advantage. The version you're seeing on the screen now is Ultraman's with the Thorn of the Rose.
Exactly. The easy way to spot it is Thorn of the Rose, and also no Ballistic Bot is his choice for this deck. And as we see there with we talked about the tech cards and the flex slots a lot. He has 2 Culling Strikes and 2 Guillotines, no Scorched Earth, not seeing maybe enough of a landmark presence in the meta right now. And 2 Static Shocks, pretty standard, I think, and double Farron, of course, as well. But other than that, I think it's a somewhat standard list. Missing Ballistic Bot is a bit different. Looking at Pepsi's list, let's check it out. And yeah,
we have the inclusion. Yeah, we have the inclusion of the Ballistic Bot for your early game, but also opting for Get Excited as a little bit of an extra punch in the deck. It's another 3 mana spell to help stack your Tri-Beam. That 3 damage is really important in the mirror match, specifically to cleanly deal with Draven or Sump Dredger in the early stages of the game. And he is opting for the Scorched Earth over the Guillotine still. Having that flexibility of being able to deal with the landmark is perhaps something that is still being valued by Pepsi here.
And it shows the cool thing about this deck. These two are very good players. The deck has proven results because they're both in the top 3 of this tournament, which had a very stacked lineup. But they have, 5 or 6 or 7 different cards in these 2 decks, and they're still performing at a good level. So it shows that the deck has different ways to build it depending on your play style, what you expect in the meta. And, a lot of these different builds can still get good results. There's not one optimal way to build it that would get you the highest win rate. Instead, I think it's quite flexible and gives you a lot of different options as well.
The only other deck I think that we've seen that occupies a similar spot is Fiora Shen, where you had the flexibility to alter the deck depending on the meta game itself, not necessarily to fit your play style. But only the flex was maybe like 2 or 3 slots. And we're seeing a lot more versatility with this one and its ability to adapt. And mostly Fiora Shen was adapting for the mirror. They were adapting to go above one another, running 1 or 2 Bright Steels, running Tianas, that sort of thing. But Ezreal Draven is adapting for the metagame at large.
And that's because Fiora Shen was, of course, so prevalent. Maybe not so much on ladder, but definitely on the tournament landscape. So now that it's gone, we see, deep. We see a lot of different decks making a resurgence. Yes, I'm going to bash Fiora Shen 7 times per tournament. That's just how it is.
I'm right there with you, buddy. I was the OG, please nerf Fiora. Day 1 after the beta stopped, I was like, please, Riot, I don't like this card. Where? I was baby raging for months. But here we are in the post-vast Shrima Desert nerf meta. And things have gotten very diverse. The games have been going really fast. We've got some more explosive plays happening and just a wider variety of strategies that seem to be very viable. And as always, we have these decks that are good and then a lot of healthy debate around, are these decks really good or is Ultraman just a god?
I like to think of it like this. We were traveling in the desert, started off at the edge, of course. It was an arduous trek. Some players, they didn't make it. They succumbed to the heat. But most of us, we arrive now to the oasis in the middle of the desert, where the meta is diverse, where Fiora Shen, TF Fizz, and Aphelios are gone, and where tournaments don't last 17 hours. So this is the oasis. Enjoy while you can. The water might dry up. I'm not entirely sure. It tends to happen in card games. The good times don't always last. Something comes in to change the dynamics. But for now, I think we're in a very good meta, a very fun meta to watch and to play as well. both on ladder and in tournaments. And hopefully this losers final will give us a good time as well between these two very veteran players.
And as you move through like the high level scene like this, the diversity of decks that are being brought, and all of this is going to trickle down to wider ladder play, and hopefully that becomes more diverse as well. We're right on the cusp of getting the next batch of Shurima cards, which is going to shake up the meta even further. And so we're definitely, big shout out to everybody who stuck through it, stuck as part of the caravan as we trekked through the vast desert to get to the Oasis here for sure. Because there's some players, who just they had to take a break. They had to take a break. If you didn't like the metagame at the time and you wanted to take a break for your mental health, definitely the best thing to do. But now those who are here and ready to experiment and ready to play, we're going to jump into game here. Ultraman starting off with Ezreal Draven into Pepsicola's Invoke Atrocity list.
And of course, both players Ezreal Draven playing Ezreal Draven like we mentioned, but the two other decks are for Pepsicola, the deck we're seeing here, the Diana Invoke list, the Aphelios Waiting Room, and now I guess Graveyard. I'm not sure exactly what it should be called now, but for Ultraman it will be the Thresh Nasus that we saw played in the last series as well.
What's very interesting about this matchup is, again, Ultraman opting away from Scorched Earth means that the Veiled Temple is going to be a pretty strong development.
Starting off, we see no Tribeam in hand, double Draven though for Ultraman, so it's a good hand to have Draven early on, but you're missing a Sun Treasure, you're missing the Rummage, you're missing the Tribeam, so you're missing a few things here that you would like to see, I think, to really get a good start and just really start pressuring your opponent. We saw, obviously, Den with discard aggro and Thresh Nasus apply pressure to this deck that Pepsi's playing, and Pepsi not being able to really do much about it. So I think Ultraman wants to have a similar game plan here.
Yeah, just developing these early play. This list just has so many cheap answers to remove these chump blockers or cash them in. Pepsicola not even opting to block here, just gonna keep the 1/1, saying there's gonna be something better to block down the road, I hope.
We see the Serpent was picked off of the Invoke, so very cheap. You can play now for 0 mana and have a bit more of a board presence if you're expecting, and you should be against Ezreal Draven, a pretty on the board attack early on in the early to mid game.
And it's so devastating, right, in this matchup, because Targon loves to play a lot of these 1 HP things to just tank your attacks and buy time for them to get to the later stages of the game. But Static Shock is an ever-looming threat. You have very poor ways to answer Thorn of the Rose we saw previously. The 5/1 stat line is so good at Targon because they just don't have the pings that the other regions enjoy. The Shadow Isle Splash in this list is only Atrocity. There's no Unspeakable Horror or Vile Feast or Withering Wail, also teched in to cover that weakness.
And Ravenous Flock showing why it is so good, and Scryer being a good target, a scary target that a lot of players have to respect. Opting to go for the Sentry into the Flock, and the Hush disables the stun, so 3 mana, unstun your unit, and suddenly the Flock fizzles. So an interesting play we don't see very often, but a play that seemingly worked here. And Pepsicola, if you value this Scryer enough, he's going to think it was worth it.
And if you can get another Invoke here off of the top to get true value off of the Mountain Scryer, this is going to be very rewarding. And Pepsicola, looking at the hand, basically has to commit to this line, going in blind. You have a Star Shaping here. It's a nice on-curve play, offset some of the damage you've taken up to this point. What you get off of the Star Shaping will be discounted by 1. Destroyer potentially playable for 6. Yep.
Looks like he's the Static Shock coming down. Both players with somewhat awkward hands. Triple stun here available for Ultraman, but obviously maybe not as effective just yet. Going to be next turn if the Destroyer is played. And for Pepsicola, of course, misses the Allegiance and has 2 Atrocities in hand, which is also information that Ultraman has now, because this is a deck that has, obviously, with Allegiance, mostly target cards and some, a splash of Atrocities.
And that does make it very easy to track here. The stun coming through to pop the Spell Shield on the Destroyer. This is going to allow a chump block into a Ravenous Flock or maybe a Guillotine down the road. Taking a little bit of damage here doesn't matter too much. Ultraman may be considering blocking with the Draven here just to get another Spinning Axe.
You can, of course, save the guillotine for next turn and just go off and kill both the Destroyer and the Mountain Scryer, but opting to take it out this turn, maybe while Atrocity isn't enabled, just to make sure that you can kill this without there being any counterplay involved. And you still have the chance to obviously just stun the Scryer and start applying pressure and making it block, or drawing a Tri-Beam and getting some value that way.
It would have been, I was going to say, if a Tri-Beam was in hand, maybe holding the guillotine to go for the double there would have been nice, but can't perfectly see into the future. At the very least, the threat is still kind of there on Ultraman's side. Like, the stuns here buying so much tempo. Pepsicola is in that similar position we've seen over and over again with this list, where you're just barely hanging on by developing these small units from Targon. Zoe, Lunari Priestess also coming down after the fact. Zoe's going to need to be traded away. This isn't the sort of matchup where she's going to be sticking around for very long to level.
That's going to be 13 HP now for Pepsicola. He had the big threat that was a Destroyer. We'll see if he finds something else that can really give him some kind of a win condition here. The Immortal Fire is almost a perfect pickup here, so definitely finds the right option. Can't play it out this turn, but next turn it will probably be going down.
Yep, and so there it is, boosted up to 8 attack. Slight discount thanks to the Mountain Scryer, and just needs to get stunned. At this point in the game, the Immortal Fire does have 2 lives. It will take a lot of resources for Ultraman to fully remove it from the board, but at the very least, he's not under threat of Atrocity just yet.
And he has 4 mana to work with, so Atrocity can't be played here anyway. Next turn, if it is played, you obviously can't Atrocity the same unit twice in the same action, let's say, until it's resolved. So the open attack might be lethal here. With the Tri-Beam, we'll see what it hits. If there is a high attack unit here, obviously the Pill Cascade will not save it. That is not the right hit. Once again, the Sleeper Agent. We saw the Sea Scarab going against Steep before, and now we see the Priestess going against the Nightfall, or the Invoke deck from Pepsicola.
Basie Sketcher pulling a unit, holding the Atrocities, decides to get rid of a Pale Cascade. Getting another chump blocker that will draw you another card is fantastic from this position. Immortal Fire can let you block Ezreal. You need an answer against Captain Farron at this stage of the game, though. Ezreal's already leveled.
There is 12 mana available and 2 Atrocities in hand for Pepsicola, though.
And so it looks like he's going for it. The first Atrocity kills the Immortal Fire, and it heals itself instead of dying. So the second Atrocity also resolves. 16 damage, and there's the concede. No answer to deal with it.
So I was unsure about the interaction, but yeah, it definitely seems to be the case that you can double Atrocity. So that was my mistake. I forgot that was actually possible. It doesn't seem intuitively like it should make sense.
First time I've actually seen that.
It does make sense, and it does end up winning the game there. So again, these are things that you don't really expect to see. We saw this from Lee Sin, a crazy turnaround when it seemed like the game was completely lost, and suddenly Lee Sin attacked for 13 and won the game. I think this, a similar case. A bad starting hand, fighting against the pressure from Ezreal Draven from early on, thinking that you're not going to really be able to fight against this board state, against the stuns, etc. But all of a sudden, the hand that seemed so terrible at the beginning suddenly is your out in the end game.
The Atrocity was a curse where you whiff on your Scryer. It ends up being a blessing because you have just enough for Star Shaping to get the Immortal Fire in play at a discount. Just, it's Atrocity. What are you going to say about it? I mean, you gotta, and to be fair, some players would be like, oh, I'm going to try to wait for a better outcome. I'm going to try to whittle my opponent down a little bit more, but just pulling the trigger saying, you know what, 5 HP, against Ezreal Draven, I have an undamaged unit. There's nothing they can really do at fast speed. Ultraman's variant doesn't have Mystic, doesn't have a Get Excited in it, so it would need to be like double Mystic Shot and like all this other stuff happening at the same time, because you would normally like to just ping it and then put Ravenous Flock on the stack to finish, but you can't target the unit unless it's already damaged.
And I have to admit, this is one of the most exciting tournaments I've personally casted in Runeterra. Not maybe so much because of the diversity of the decks, which is also the case, but just the plays that are happening and the way these games are ending are not really standard. We saw Deep doing crazy things at the very beginning with Trish, with the Maokai level up, and the Sea Scarab playing against the player that was playing against Deep. So I mean, just overall a lot of game endings that have seemed very unusual, but I guess very exciting to see, and maybe punishing for some of the players that don't expect those things to happen.
And the showcasing honestly like these decks that have just a little bit of spice, right, and a little bit of variance built into their outcomes really shows like the diversity that these decks are capable of. We went through a metagame where decks were doing the same thing very consistently, and that was a source of their power. But now we have decks that, while still very consistent, maybe aren't as ridiculous as this in this opening. Look at this curve. We've got the Curse Keeper, Ravenous Butcher all ready to go. We've got double Dune Keeper and a Bakai Reaper going to get some Slay stacks to get boosted all the way down to 8 HP on Pepsicola's side.
Only one man available for Pepsicola, so you cannot Mystic Shot the Reaper there and get a better trade on the Draven instead. Gonna have to block this way. Not great trades, but of course you are, quite literally fighting for your life and hoping that the hand that Ultraman has left is not a great one, because you're in trouble. This is the pressure coming in from this Thresh Anastasis deck. We've seen it before. We've seen it this entire tournament, and maybe the reason why it's so big on ladder right now.
I was actually holding my breath there. I wasn't sure if Pepsicola was actually going to block the Bakai. If you go down to such low HP and you keep the Bakai up, there's a chance for that to become an atrocity target. If you fall too low on HP in this matchup, you start to have your mana strangled out, where you have to save everything for reaction against your opponent's development and against that atrocity, rather than trying to fight back for the board. Swamp Dredger now coming down. This is the part of the game where you're like praying for Static Shock.
That being said, the current hand is not looking great. This is the full attack you have. Mystic Shot could have been played there, but no reason to. Again, you've burned a 0-1 unit because this Mystic Shot was a bit delayed, and it could have been played at fast speed next turn as well on the attack. So again, thinking about the board state as well and trying to play as optimally as possible for Pepsicola, but it's going to be a big open attack coming in here. The top deck was not great either, and this is kind of all the fuel that Ultraman now has. I mean, he's going to have 4 mana to deny something if get excited or a Mystic Shot is played here, but
so big swing spot gets a block. We have Mystic Shot get excited to clear the board. We've got Tri-Beam to maybe swing the tempo a little bit as well.
Well, the Rite of Negation is going to stop whatever spell comes in here, so 9 damage will be coming in, pretty much guaranteed at this point, if any spell is played, either Cooling Strike or the Get Excited.
Culling Strike is probably... Well, Culling Strike, you can use it to kill Thresh. Get Excited, I can just hold on to. Doesn't even open himself up to the risk.
This does force Ultraman to burn mana, but because he has really no cards in hand, it's not really mana you're burning, because there wasn't anything to play regardless. So Thresh does come down now, and now you have the Rite of Negation, possibly as a spell that can help Thresh stay alive and stop the damage coming its way, like the Cooling Strike that you mentioned as well earlier on. That was a great answer for this matchup.
Lets it go through. Ooh, Ultraman getting very cheeky. Realizes, let the Culling Strike go through. I just need to draw a little bit more units to get some parity. I don't want to sacrifice a unit. I don't want to clear a mana crystal.
He maybe thinks that now his win condition is going to be the atrocity, and if he does find it, he wants to have the right as a backup maybe. And just playing for that one win condition. Doesn't really care for Thresh. There's not enough units to die for it to level up anyway. And if there's going to be some form of answer with a second Cooling Strike or a Thermal Beam, for example, to stop it regardless.
Yeah, because your board looks like it's going to be traded away here. At the very least, because Ultraman had such a strong explosive opening, he's got a lot of time here where he can tank a couple hits as he's just looking for top decks. Doesn't even go for the Glimpse Beyond there. Just prefers to trade the board away and buy as much time as possible for a key top deck. And there is Big Susan off the top.
It is, of course, not yet with Spell Shield, and that could be a problem. We could see with 8 mana still up, we could see a Tri-Beam and then a Scorched Earth to kill this. Rite of Negation is going to try its best to do something about this. And this might be the time to play. Looks like it's 4 on the counter.
I thought I saw 6. Hard to say. It's too tiny.
When did this text get so small? What's wrong with this card? This card is made for ants.
I know, you translate it to French and it's a whole novel.
All right. I said I like the friends card for the Astro Pong from Zoe, but now I don't like them anymore because I cannot read them. There's too much text.
It's definitely a tough call. You can let that go through. and then save your Rite of Negation
You can't
for
block. You can't
Scorched
block.
Earth. Take the 3 damage.
If he blocks, he gets spell shield actually, so it's fine.
Interesting. If you block, you get spell shield, but then you can just pop the spell shield really easily with another spell. It's interesting. Blocking or not blocking is going to be correct in certain scenarios. So Ultraman is dialing into some sort of quantum mathematics here to decide which one is plus EV.
You're doing the same thing now, but you just don't have an open attack and you took 3 damage. I don't think that makes any sense. I thought you couldn't block, but then I thought you get the spell, so you obviously you have to block. But we're now in the same exact place, but you took 3 damage and didn't open attack for lethal.
I don't know. Was he just hoping to see what the top deck was gonna be before committing to that? You still get the unit even off the spell shield, right? You just don't deal the damage.
And did he not have mana for Glimpse? Then maybe that was the reason why. Now he has mana for Glimpse and he can actually refuel without being scared if this Nasus is now targeted with Scorched Earth, which it will be.
Yeah, you're hoping to top deck a unit there. And now that the spell shield has been popped, Pepsicola just doesn't need to answer the Nasus right now. It's just going to wait to hold the Atrocity hostage. And Nasus with enough stats to tank through this Captain Farron.
The Spirit Leech, not the greatest card, of course, can't really kill its master. That's not its intended purpose. The double axe comes in onto the Farron, threatening the kill on the Nasus. So maybe you don't even care about using Scorched Earth on it. You just kill it the old-fashioned way in a nice brawl between an Egyptian god and the Noxus general that is much too large for any human.
That would definitely be a really nice Godzilla fight. But now, Ultraman, this is tough. Actually, just going to develop the 4-1. Try to go for a crazy open attack here. Try to force something through.
And how many turns can Pepsicola survive on 1 HP? This should not be allowed. You cannot heal. You're supposed to die when you're getting low, but he's still alive here. Rite of Negation is not the card.
Unit? Blinded Caretaker off the top. I do like the Leech there. You're still threatening lethal on an open attack. You had the Glimpse to sidestep a removal and draw cards anyway.
You have to top deck something, or it's lethal. Scorched Earth is not the play. Scorched Earth is not the card to put into your deck. This is not the right Ezreal Draven. Play something else, guys. Scorched Earth is not the card for this meta.
Guillotine wouldn't have done anything there, though, either.
That's true. That's true.
But
get excited, though.
Oh, my goodness. He was just barely out of resources, but that early advantage that Ultraman was able to build for himself was so massive that even after he basically had no cards for 4 rounds, there wasn't enough pressure there for Ultraman to even feel like the game is going to be lost, I think.
And that was, again, like you mentioned, we talked about it when we first talked about Thresh Nasus as well. It's a deck that puts a lot of pressure in the early game, like aggro decks, and then you think, that's it. But then you get to part 2, which is Nasus and Thresh and Atrocity and that whole little game as well. So it's why I think it's so strong right now. It takes the already very strong shell of, aggro SI with Shurima, with the Caretakers, etc., and adds this top end that's also very hard to deal with.
And so now we are jumping in with the Ezreal Draven mirror match, and we'll see.
Game over. Pepsicola has 2 Tri-Beams in hand. He is looking for some Tri-Beam action. He has the Draven to start things off as well. He has the Rummage on the axes. Maybe missing a few more 3-drops, ideally.
Yeah, having Arachnoid Sentry into Ravenous Flock is also quite nice here in response, but with a Mystic here to get rid of Ultraman's good open attack that he was presenting, puts Pepsicola back in the driver's seat, where both sides are just going to try to keep playing reactively. The Thorn of the Rose, we saw its high value in the Targon matchup, but in this one, much lower, just playing in a Static Shock mostly.
Half of a House Spider completely destroys it, and Static Shock as well, like you mentioned, on the spell stack. If you end up somehow playing 2 Thorn of the Roses, then you get extra punished. But it looks like it's the attack from the 1/1 Spider. The block, I think it has to happen eventually. You might as well trade it for a spider.
Yeah, if you don't trade it away here now, all you're doing is giving your opponent extra value from the static shock down the road. I don't know. Maybe that's the secret. Just keep the Thorn of the Rose alive, force your opponent to have another resource and expend it in order to deal with it. And if they don't, or if you manage to turn this somehow into a board advantage in your favor, then you get 5 damage off the top. And so by not trading away the Thorn of the Rose, the static shock is used to just clear one of your 5/1 bodies, and maybe the second one has a better chance of survival.
And not a great reactive hand there, or proactive hand for Pepsicola, opting to pass her with 5 mana. Can't really get a good development there off the draw from static shock, but in this case now has a stun onto the Draven, has the Flock. So like, it tends to happen in a mirror match. We see a lot of these little play patterns occur again and again. We saw this earlier. Sentry and Flock probably going to be killing Draven. The same thing happening now in reverse.
So here it is, Pepsicola building up, or trying to build up, a board advantage for himself, but at least Sentry into Flock is still stacking these Tri-Beam Improbulators. This is something you talked about in this mirror, potentially cashing them in early to just get some 3-drops or some 4-drops and just get some better tempo. Pepsicola's hand is mostly spells, so against the Sum Treasure, this could be a good opportunity. Both players admirably defending their Nexus HP.
Are we going to see a Scorched Earth here to get some more counters onto this? It really is. I mean, if you think about it, you don't have a proactive play for the 6 mana you have available. If you play the Scorched Earth, it gets you 1 more counter on both of these Tri-Beams. And if you were to discard it with the Axe, it was kind of the same thing as well. So I think this is maybe the better play, unless you plan to rummage and find a play you could make proactively now.
Yeah, so just stacking the Tri-Beams. Getting these so early, it opens up that flexibility of cashing them in for tempo, or if the rest of your hand is just coming together to answer it naturally, you have these to get your 8 mana and 9 mana pools, maybe even 6 mana pools, to get Cythrias or another Captain Farron or something like that. Pepsicola with no Captain Farron on round 8, but is going to try to rummage for it, it looks like.
Or just find, more proactive plays, what he really needs. He has the Tri-Beams. He wants to commit his mana so that Ultraman has to commit his mana in response to, stay in parity and not just burn away mana. And when Ultraman does this, then you have better targets for Tri-Beam. But in this case, Ultraman not playing out something like an Ezreal, for example, or any really high value targets that you want on Tri-Beam. Instead, opting for the Sentry and the Flock, happening for the 3rd time this game. And the same target too. It's always Draven.
The combo just keeps lining up. Typically, you see at least some of the Flocks having to be traded in against damaged targets, but they're all landing on stunned targets this time.
For anyone new to card games, this is why it is called a mirror match. You are staring into a mirror and seeing the same thing happen again and again.
Ooh, Ultraman opting to take the 3 damage. With the Captain Farron in hand, heading into this attack token turn, having a wider board from this position is probably the best way to force the tempo back onto your pacing that you're deciding. And after defending your Nexus for so long over the course of the game, taking 3 damage at that stage isn't as detrimental, being down to 16 HP, almost at 10 mana.
And who will win? A Noxus General with literal metal all over his body, maybe kind of an Iron Man in some ways, and a Death Maul, or a Spider that stuns you and just makes you not attack. In this case, I think the Spider will be winning here. Pepsicola has yet another stun available to stop this big attack token turn from Ultraman. And now I think finally the time where these Tri-Beams can start taking over. You have enough damage to take down this Farron. You have enough damage to maybe take down an Ezreal, for example, if it comes down. And you have 9 mana to work with still.
So far, when it comes to Ezreal Draven, this has been the point where committing to this really expensive play gives you the window of opportunity to just let loose the floodgates, get everything onto the board and onto the stack that you can, and try to set up like a lethal swing or dang near close to it. Tri-Beam Improbulator dealing 8 and summoning an 8/8.
If we saw a Farron come out of there, I would have been gone. That would have been the actual mirror match. Just a Farron coming out from Tri-Beam.
We've also got a 2 mana Thermogenic Beam to clear this 5/1.
I think we mentioned before with Tri-Beams being used earlier on in the Tempo Wars, but because this game in the mid to late game had very little proactive plays from either player. It made it so that there wasn't really the need for Tri-Beams to be played. Riptide Rex, the worst Aatrox you can get, actually, or one of the worst from the Tri-Beam, but still a very, very scary board to look at. You do have 2 stuns, but they are slows, but you can only play 1 at a time here if you're Ultraman. If you play the Ezreal, there's a beam there, and that's really the end of the line for Pepsicola. It's going to be the big attack coming in. The huge top deck here with Farron for Ultraman now as well.
The discipline of holding the thermogenic beam there is pretty interesting, right? You are just going to go for potentially just an 11 damage open attack, but no Farron left yet on your side, no extra burn to close out from that position. So holding the thermogenic beam, perhaps to answer the second Captain Farron from Ultraman's side. We've got the Guiles to stop some of the attacks that are coming through, and the Decimate's already in hand. But that's a pretty slow play when you're staring down a board like this.
And all this setup for the Tri-Beams to push 5 damage on this was supposed to be the huge attack token turn. You do have still a very nice board, but looking at the hand of Ultraman, it looks much better for the long run. You have the Ezreal leveled up, coming down into the board 8 out of 6. You have double Decimate to burn your opponent down.
Yeah, like thermogenic beam to take down the Thorn of the Rose and push through that open attack seemed like the correct play. And then you just need to rely on top decking a little bit more burn to close out. But Thermo taking down Ezreal is probably the next best thing. And you have an 8-7 at the very least to block follow-up Farron. But now that both players have dueled to a stalemate, this is the true mirror breaker, just having the Decimates to close out.
Ravenous Flock is not it. You can now stun with the guy. You can stun the 8-7, push through some damage here as well, if you think that's relevant. I would say it is, especially when you're trying to burn down with the Decimates. I'm surprised not to see the stun happen here. Of course, you don't know what the hand is or what the top deck was, so it makes it a bit harder, but no stun comes in. The Spider is now left alone as the only survivor of the battle. It comes in for 1 attack, not really too relevant here, pushing Ultraman down to 10 HP.
Holding the Guile probably just means, Pepsicola hasn't drawn his Captain Farron's yet. I need to have something, or maybe just saving it for discard fodder, it looks like.
And maybe going for the more strategic, safer play, going for the rummages on the Decimates to build up a value board and just win off of kind of the value of that, but did not find the right cards for that. I think he found, Flock, Beam, and now both players are pretty much at the same point now. They both don't have really anything to do.
I've never seen both decks come up empty like this so hard.
They hadn't. Ultraman had a winning hand, I think, with a stun on the 8-7. You push through 7 damage against the Spider. Then you had 16 damage from Decimates. But he opted to go for what is maybe considered a safer strategy with the, fixing your hand and trying to find more value, but he didn't find it. I mean, his hand is now empty.
I think he's just saying, my opponent has 2 spinning axes and 1 card every round coming through, and as long as I top deck an Ezreal or something before they get a Captain Farron, I think I'm good. So Ultraman now just going all in on the rest of the deck coming through, just removals.
A single Spider
remains. Not even cashing
remains.
in the Decimate yet.
Ezreal now comes in to save the day, but now there's a Farron in hand for Pepsi. Can this game swing? Ultraman is currently at 10 HP right now. Farron comes down. Ezreal can come in. You do have the chance to beam this Farron, of course.
Yeah, this sets you down to 8 perfectly to answer the Farron. And so now Pepsicola has the double Decimates in hand. And in a position like this, now that you've cashed in 1 Decimate, discarded your others, Pepsicola, despite the Captain Farron being answered,
the Scorched Earth will be there in the next turn. And you get obviously the damage, you get it in from the Ezreal. But now the Ezreal on the opponent's side of the board means that I think this might be GG. There's 10 mana available for Pepsicola. There's 10 HP for Ultraman, unless you can take down this Ezreal, which you can with Culling Strike. It'll actually be fine, I think.
Yeah, so you don't take the bonus damage off of the Decimates, but you still have to worry about this Captain Farron. So Noxian Guillotine comes through.
Well, you have all the mana. You have Scorched Earth on the Farron, no damage comes through. The moment that Pepsicola plays the Decimate, then you play the Culling Strike, or the moment Pepsicola plays any kind of fast speed spell to stop any damage coming in from Ezreal. and to stop the lethal, really, because it would have been lethal. 8 from Decimates plus the 2 from the Ezreal, but because the Cooling Strike is there, it'll stop the damage coming in from Ezreal, and he will survive and hopefully end the game on his next attack turn.
And I'm wondering if you even attack with your Ezreal there, because you're forcing the enemy Ezreal to block to actually turn on your Scorched Earth to answer that if they have a burst combo.
And your Flock as well.
And then with Flock being activated, that gives you another source of 1 damage that you'd be able to put on the stack here.
Ultraman hopefully doesn't overthink this and try and bait his opponent into playing the second Decimate and then playing Cooling Strike. I don't think it's necessary because there are axes, of course. Axe number 1 comes in.
Oh my god, the double spinning axe to survive the Culling Strike. These 2 axes that were just sitting there and bricking all day.
Not just survive, but to win the game. You get the 2 damage you needed from the Decimates. You still have 5 mana for the second Decimate. 4 damage comes in. And you have 4 more damage coming in with the second Decimate. So
oh my goodness.
The Ezreal surviving doesn't even matter. You already had the damage from just the axes being played while Ezreal was still there at burst speed, of course. And second Decimate comes in. The game is over. Ultraman, I think that was a strange way to end it for him. It ended up getting punished, and Pepsicola finds a win out of nowhere, found the Farron top deck when he needed it the most, and takes the win, moves on to the grand finals, and Ultraman is eliminated in a very, I'd like to say, weird fashion. I'm not going to call it directly a misplay, but
it's
played that very weirdly.
It's one of those things where there's, especially heading to the later stages of the game, you're thinking about your own top decks, but you're also trying to analyze what your opponent's top decks could be. Like we saw, no Captain Farron had come out yet. The chances of getting the Captain Farron off the top on Pep's side was like very high, and you get stuck in this feedback loop of trying to analyze and overanalyze and analyze that even further to the point where you're committing to a line that makes sense on some theoretical level, but when a straightforward play is presented to you, sometimes you just have to go for it.
And when you're overthinking to the point where you're thinking, okay, my opponent has no cards in hand, I have these Decimates and all these kind of impact but not value plays. If I just use the rummages and draw into units and have a board and just attack on an open attack when my opponent has no units because he has no cards in hand, only some axes, I win the game. But the moment he rummaged for 4 cards, because he rummaged twice and took away all his Decimates and found spells and not units, and then suddenly he was basically at the same level as his opponent. He had that 4-turn window where his opponent had no cards to push an advantage, but because he drew more spells, his opponent drew cards as well in the next few turns, and then it just became a stalemate to the point that the Farron turned that in favor of Pepsi. So very strange game there. I think, like you're saying, in theory, maybe Ultraman should not have been punished to the extent he has been punished, but ended up losing that game.
Because there was even that turn with Peps, right, where he could have done Thermo on the Thorn of the Rose and pushed through. I think it was like an open attack for 11, and like the Draven wasn't damaged. I don't think the It That Stares that was developed was damaged, so you didn't have to worry about like Noxian Guillotine like wiping that attack. It was a solid 11 damage. But both players basically analyzing, what am I going to do afterwards? Like, I commit to this, but how do I close? And once you're trying to, you aren't trusting your deck to give you that closer. I think maybe that's where the punish came through. The heart of the cards being a bit sour there.
Yeah, and I think with the stun on the Farron attack where you had the 7 damage coming through and then the 2 Decimates, it would have been lethal over 2 turns after that. So it is tough to call, but from our caster vision and obviously seeing both players' hands and what cards there were, it seemed like a very clear line for Ultraman, and suddenly he played something completely different and ended up getting punished for it. But that's how card games are sometimes. Pepsicola, I think, very grateful. That's how things worked out, because he moves on to the grand finals, gets the rematch now in that grand finals against Den, and Ultraman ends up 3rd place in this tournament and gets knocked out. But we'll be checking out the rest of the tournament and the grand finals actually coming up after this break. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU Seasonal Showdown. You are just in time for the grand finals. We're about to start. We've got Den, who's been waiting very patiently and just got locked in against his opponent, Pepsicola from Portugal, fighting up through the loser's bracket to challenge once again against Den.
Seasonal showdown or seasonal speed run, because this tournament is going by fast. We have some decks like Den's decks that end games very, very quickly. And overall, I think it's been a very, very exciting tournament. So we're going to hope to see more of that. Quick reminder, of course, Den is the winner in the winner's final. He's currently not lost a single series in this tournament, which means he has kind of an extra life, let's say. A bracket reset can occur if Pepsicola wins the first best of three. And then he gets a bracket reset and has to win the second to win the tournament. If Den wins this first best of three, that's it. He has won the tournament. Or if he wins the second one, also the same. So if you're hoping to see, some extra Runeterra action, you should be rooting for Pepsi going to this first best of three. If you're hoping to get, a speed run tournament finish, then Den is the one to root for. And he's a good player to root for because he had a 2-0 smashing against the same player, against Pepsicola in the winner's final, which ended in approximately 12 minutes.
And that outcome was just so absurd. I'm wondering if it's going to even out here. Now that things have progressed, maybe Den has taken a break, maybe gotten a snack, taken a nap, lost his edge. But I think that, when you see these aggressive lineups like this, there is always the potential to draw like very poorly, or for your opponent to actually get the cards they need to properly match up against your outcomes, where Pepsicola has been just barely squeezing out these wins by having just enough healing with star shaping here and there. We know that the Targon deck is probably the most prominent victim of discard aggro, where they just get on the board so quickly, you can't efficiently answer. If you don't have Hush at the right time, the crowd favorite punishes you immensely. And against a wide board that's threatening to swing on you again for 10 damage or more, star shaping doesn't do enough. And again, this is Den's variant that we're seeing on screen right now that has a very interesting new take on the concept. It's moving away from Arena Battlecaster to instead include suit up and survival skills.
And we saw, he kind of showcased the 1-2 punch in the very first series of his tournament against Broken Ball. The win he got with his deck was without playing any kind of wide board strategy. He didn't play the House Fighters. He didn't play the crowd favorite. Instead, he got the Jinx level up, and in 2 turns, his opponent went from 15 HP to 0 with 2 rockets coming in as well. And he won the game that way. In the winner's final against Pepsicola, he did the opposite in a way. He got the House Fighters. He got the kind of the nuts double House Fighters crowd favorite combo. And he won the game in the, just as fast, but with kind of the different side of the deck. So we'll see which of the 2 sides show up for this match. For Pepsicola, he's hoping none. He's hoping just a jumbled, unsynergistic combination of cards in hand. But it tends not to be the case with discard aggro. There tends to be, it's built in a way where it's just going to really synergize all the way through with all the cards you're able to draw.
You think you've got high rolled, but that's actually just what the deck does. But the other deck complementing this one is Nasus Thresh, a list that we've seen some very explosive turn 3s from. If you've got Blighted Caretaker and you're attacking on odd turns with Cursed Keeper and the rest of the squad in that early game, the damage is just so strong. You set your opponent down to sub 10 HP and they're on the back foot for the rest of the game. We did see, however, with Ultraman, that sometimes this deck doesn't get quite aggressive and you do play things slower with Thresh and Nasus, or sometimes you are aggressive, but then you don't get your finishers. So we've seen pretty much every facet, I think, of this deck's outcomes, and it's a matter of what Den will be dealt.
Exactly. Den showcased kind of the peak of the deck, the perfect early, mid, and late game, whereas Ultraman showcased very good early game. And then suddenly he had no cards in hand and he was just top decking, cards that weren't very useful for 3 or 4 or 5 turns. Luckily, his opponent was at 1 HP. So eventually the moment that he had a lucky break and found the right card, he was able to play it and open attack and win the game without there being an answer. But that's going to be the problem. If you have too much early game, suddenly you vomit all your cards onto the board and then you have no cards left in hand. And then that might be a problem to close out the game as well.
Exactly. And the early tempo Shadow Isles, that was always supposedly their weakness, where you needed to hit your Glimpse Beyond at the perfect time in order to reload and close those games out when you got those big swingy outcomes. But now with Spirit Leech, that's a little bit less likely. We saw with Azir. You can maybe run like Ruinous Path. But now, jumping into game 1, we've got Discard Aggro versus Ezreal Draven. This matchup isn't as bad for Ezreal Draven just because of like Static Shock, a lot of efficient removals thanks to like Ravenous Flock and Arachnoid Sentry, for example, for the mid game.
And not the best looking hand for Den. All of a sudden, his luck has maybe dried out. The suit up on the Urchin, not obviously the what they teach in school. You have to. That's not the play you have to make usually, but sometimes it's the one you find and the one you have to do here. House Spider in return, good for Pepsicola. Draven on turn 3 with attack token, also good for Pepsicola.
Yeah, not having that odd attack token really does hurt this discard aggro, where it forces you to be to be defensive on this part of the game where you want to start putting that cadence down. And I think from this position, yeah, you'd probably just take this 3 damage, maybe try to set up a crowd favorite for the next turn by preserving 3 units in total.
And we'll see what Den decides on here, if he values his 3 damage on his Nexus, or if he just wants to go for the widest board possible before playing the crowd favorite. Of course, the beam will be waiting in hand to take down the crowd favorite. It's going to be a pretty even trade.
It's just a matter, I think, of how much you value crowd favorite in this matchup. You can summon it. It might get flocked, just like stunned and flocked, or thermo beamed, and you're losing out on a lot of your offensive swing from this position because your opponent already has 3 units now to block the rest of your board. Den maybe could even discard the Draven or the crowd favorite to maybe set up Poro Cannons to get some damage through that way. With Jinx being kept in the opening hand, I think that he will be looking to get that set up, get her flipped, and let the Rockets carry.
There's a Draven coming down. Ballistic Ball comes down and sets up the perfect 3-mana Thermal Beam in hand as well. And this is maybe why Den is attacking right now, not thinking about any kind of Poro on the Axe maybe, and then a Poro being developed. Instead, he wants to get the value from Draven and the value from get another Axe here immediately, especially considering he has a Rummage to cycle both of these Axes into more value.
And I do like the trades here. You can maybe chump with the 2/2 to block the Draven, and maybe your Draven blocks the 2/2 instead to go down to 1 HP. Force the Axe out of your opponent's hand if they wanted to trade up.
And a quick reminder for the new viewers at home, the webcam you're seeing on the camera is not Den. It is a separate French streamer that is, I believe, recasting his perspective and giving this perspective, of course, as well to us to cast over it. But it is a separate, person, entity, not Den himself, and he's not the one playing.
And so now things are starting to even out here. Pepsicola has, the tools in hand and some nice defense. We even have Rummage with double Axe being presented on his side as well. But that little bit of damage that's getting snuck through here and there by Den is all going to matter. It's all going to stick, Theoretically, a couple Death Rockets from now, Pepsicola is really going to be struggling to close this one out.
7 mana to work with here for Den. I think Discard Aggro is a deck that is obviously early to mid-game focused. Once you get past that hump and you don't do enough, it becomes problematic because Ezreal Draven, I think, is going to have better tools going to the mid to late game with just better removal and, just the chance to very easily remove things like Jinx, things like Crowd Favorite.
Actually, so does set up the Jinx this round. I was thinking that you were trying to save the Jinx until you could absolutely flip your Jinx on reaction to a removal spell like this, or wait until a survival skills was drawn so that you're able to protect the Jinx. But opts just play her down now and is going for a hand clear.
And of course, now 0 mana available for Pepsicola, so he has no way to really change the outcome of the sequence. Jinx will flip, and Jinx, of course, leveled up. Is one of the sleeper, I think, biggest level ups in the game. Just really does a lot on the board and just to impact the current state of the game.
Yeah, with Thermo Beam being presented there's no follow-up mana to flock or to put another removal on the stack. So at the very least, you are going to draw 2 cards back. Plays out the Flame Chompers, so that way if a removal spell does get put on the stack, you can still empty your hand and get that Death Rocket.
Not the ideal cards drawn. I think would have loved to see, some more discard synergy, a card that discards and a card that benefits from getting discarded. Instead, finds a Flame Chompers and the Vision that he has to essentially play from hand at this point.
Yeah, you've got the Scorched Earth. Ooh, Pepsicola actually ending the round.
Or giving the option to end the round, but Den not going to take it here. Goes for the Vision, gets the Rocket. Can go for the attack here, can obviously quick attack on the Jinx. The Mystic Shot will have something to say about that. And now with no cards in hand, there is no counterplay available from Den.
I think that this is a really good opportunity actually to use the Scorched Earth as well. Get that out of the way. Actually, yeah, it looks like you can do both. Yeah, you just kill one and the other. And now Den is out of gas. We're praying now for maybe a top deck Augmented Experimenter to draw 3 cards, maybe a top deck Jinx to start getting more Death Rockets from this position. But having the double Ballistic Bots in play, Pepsicola is actually just going to go for a really big open attack here, it looks like.
Well, one Ballistic Bot will be dying to the sweeping effect from the Rocket. 4 damage, of course, going to the Nexus as well. So down to 9 for Pepsicola. But this is a very unusual state for a discard aggro player to be in, but there is no fuel in the tank. There is no Experimenter. There is no Jinx giving you more card draw. And you're at the mercy of finding a skilled top deck like Den is. A skilled top decker finds a Jinx and has a chance to find a bit more.
So you can play Jinx here. She's automatically going to give you a Rocket, so that will take out the other Ballistic Bot. And it's just a matter of if you want to take that damage here or not. Now, one thing I was wondering about if that was going to be a correct line is to play out the Jinx, even though you had the ability to flip on reaction rather than going for the crowd favorite that turn. But now, we'll see if it ends up being correct. With discard aggro, you kind of have to trust. You're flying by the seat of your pants. You're trying to predict the future. And we're a couple Death Rockets off of a lethal, or Augmented Experimenter into a couple Get Exciteds off of a lethal here.
The Mystic Shot was actually, it was just a delay in the hand. It was actually not discarded. So it was played here, and now with Flock, you can indeed kill this second Jinx. The Rocket will come down first, of course, killing the Ballistic Ball like you mentioned, and taking down Pepsicola's health to 5 HP. But this Ravenous Flock will come in as the cleanup crew and take down the second Jinx of this game. Will he top deck the third Jinx?
Yeah, there was a line where you maybe let Pepsicola attack you, send the Mystic Shot to the Nexus, you can play the Jinx in a bit of a safer spot. Because the cadence at which you get the Rocket and are able to cast it, you take the damage anyway, but he decided to also just block. Not block. So you're taking the damage anyway. So yeah, just passing, Poro Cannon, very sad top deck.
Rummage into the this is discard aggro when things don't work out, and this is something I've never seen before. I always just die to discard aggro by turn 6, so I never got to this point. But sometimes discard aggro does not high roll, sometimes it does not find the right combination of cards, and suddenly the deck doesn't make sense. You're drawing a Poro Cannon that you rummage away for 1 mana, and then you draw, again, a Jury Rig. So not really finding the right tools. Ezreal leveled up, spells here to back up this play from Ezreal as well. And Pepsicola seems to be very much in control of the game. Draven is found, but I think it's far too late for this Draven to have any impact, no card draw associated with it. And that will be game 1 going to Pepsicola, and his attempt at a bracket reset is starting to look a bit more likely. Has a chance to do it if he wins the next game.
Yeah, it looks like Den used all the high roll juice early in the bracket. And no Augmented Experimenters coming through there towards the end as well. When typically discard aggro is down to its last legs, Augmented Experimenter can give it a new lease on life, and he was at the bottom of the deck, sleeping.
I don't think we've seen a single Experimenter played in all of Den's discard aggro games today.
No, I don't think it's even been in the hand.
I had to actually check the deck to be like, wait a minute, Scar, are you blowing this?
I had to look. I was like, did he cut Experimenter for the survival skills? Like, did I miss that?
He was too busy top decking another Jinx to find Experimenter. That's the only reason I can give. But
I think that line with where the Jinx came down kind of early, and he threw away his whole hand to survive that Thermo Beam rather than maybe going for a slightly weaker crowd favorite, playing it a bit slower, like we saw Den do earlier in the bracket. Maybe came back to bite him there. Obviously did. So you have another chance to kind of learn from that mistake and take things to the next level. Thresh Nasus, not Thrash Nessus.
Sometimes
brought down.
it does thrash you sometimes. I've been thrashed before by this deck, okay?
We've all been thrashed by Susan. And Pepsicola now getting an early curve against this. We've got Blighted Caretaker going into round 3 against this Blighted Caretaker Cursed Keeper combo.
I would call this deja vu, but I think PTSD is a more fitting description, at least for Pepsicola, because this is a picture-in-picture exact copy of the winner's final start with Thresh Naxos against this deck. You had maybe a different turn 1 drop, but Cursed Keeper turn 2, Caretaker turn 3, and the attack token to go along with it.
Yeah, and there is no way to stop this, really. Again, you're developing 2 blockers, and they just get pulled to the side by the saplings. Heavens to Betsy. Slayer Priestess, please. What are you looking for? Meteor Shower? Too slow? Golden Sister, maybe to claw back in with the lifesteal?
Might still be too slow. I think the turn 5 attack might seal the deal here.
Yeah, and then the Bakai all the way down to the bottom of the stack to get a couple extra slays.
9 HP, turn 3, and 3 units on your opponent's side of the board with yours being empty is definitely not the place to be. Solari Priestess for 3 mana, not really the chump blocking extraordinaire you need at this point because it won't be impactful enough.
Oh, there's the Meteor Shower. Uncastable at this position. Solari Priestess and Zoe both cannot block Bakai Reaper. I mean, you've got to develop it here, right? You've got Hush at the very least.
Yeah, I think the play has to be, Thresh next turn, and then you start doing some cheeky butcher stuff. But this turn, I don't think it's enough because this Bakai Reaper can be Hush. So if you try and go too smart into that idea, you might just throw away a lot of your value. And then we've seen that kind of the last game where you went all in on a certain strategy and then it didn't work out, and then you're left without fuel, without a plan B, let's say.
And Den does have an opportunity to draw 1 more card, where you can play the Thresh, then you can maybe you glimpse, you know what I mean, to just draw another card. The glimpses here for refuel is very nice.
For refuel and for blocking the lifesteal from the Golden Sister once it is played.
So here we go. Playing the Thresh does open up a Meteor Shower. You can remove the Bakai Reaper and the Blighted Caretaker.
The Crescent Strike can be big. You do have exactly 3 mana to cast it. Ends up going for the Immortal Fire, maybe thinking that he has to try and find a way to just not survive the game, but win it himself. But it's going to be a scary attack here. The Thresh, of course, killing the Mountain Scryer. You have the Hush. Can be used on the Bakai Reaper. At this point, would you have not just used the Crescent Strike and just stun 2 units instead if you're going to be wasting 3 mana to just stop this attack, basically? I guess you just really value the Immortal Fire, but I'm not sure when you get to that point in the game.
Yeah, you have to invoke. If you take the Crescent Strike there, it's a great defensive play, but you're just keeping yourself from getting hit, and you're already so low that the threat of atrocity is ever looming. This Nasus is getting a lot of stacks as well, potentially leveling up. I thought maybe Meteor Shower was the play, but maybe there's like a better line. By getting the attack to go through here, you can now use a Meteor Shower on the Thresh.
I'm not sure what the counters are on Thresh, but these butchers might be a surprise for Pepsicola, where all of a sudden, even with 0 mana, you're able to get 2 more kill counters and level up Thresh on the next attack. Maybe at the end, at the back end of this turn, going into the open attack next turn. And so the Glimpse will help as well. And that's it. I mean, there's no more mana. I think this is already GG because Thresh levels up here. You're gonna have the open attack. You have the Glimpse to stop lifesteals anyway.
Yeah, you can't attack with the Golden Sister even by healing for 4. It's just undone the next round. So here is the butchers butchering themselves. Thresh levels up. That's going to be Nasus on the open attack with this wide board.
And this is the scariest board state this deck can get to, I think. Thresh, some Abominations, a 6/2 Reaper, and Nasus coming out of the deck. You open attack, and that's GG. I don't think there's any kind of heals that can get past this. You can glimpse beyond. You have 2 glimpse beyonds even to stop the lifesteal onto this unit, onto your special, which is now useless once you've summoned out the first Nasus. Nasus is coming out for a cheeky 10-10, not too bad.
Big Susan stacking up, getting boosted even further by showing up at the bottom of the attack line. There's just not enough. And Pepsicola takes the bonk.
Takes the bonk and takes the game lost 1-1 here in this best of 3 series. Nasus doing the victory dance. I'm going to assume that is. I do that every time I win the game as well at home with my broom. I have a broom on the side of the wall. I just do the Nasus victory dance every time. The ultimate BM, but my opponent never knows, of course. That will be game 2 going in favor of Den, showing us why he is kind of the high roll king of this tournament, finding some pretty bonkers starts with these decks. And now it's game 3, back to discard aggro, and Pepsicola is in some ways stuck on this Diana list that he's lost to every game he's played against Den with. And the 2 games in the winners final were both with this Diana list, and now this second game as well.
There are some Targon variants that do a little bit better into aggressive plays, like the Demacia variants that we've been seeing lately have an excuse to run a little bit more early game. The Zoe Lees, with the Sparkle Flies and the Mountain Goats, have a little bit more purpose of running early game. And with Pepsicola, the most of the deck is focused on the late game invokes and value and sustain, but very thin on these early game units. But this is the hand you want to see when you're against discard aggro. A top deck Hush rounds us out perfectly to counter crowd favorite, and Pepsicola maybe working on a reset here.
The vision is also, I'd say, very good here for Den, though. So both players, I think, have the hand they would want. So I think there's no complaints here on a high roll. I think both players are getting what they would want in this matchup. Obviously, the triple Mountain Goat and the Fang to get some lifesteal later on. But if this matchup is skewed enough in favor of Den, it might not matter, regardless.
So Solari Priestess, you're trying to get that value. You're trying to get the next mid-game play for yourself, but it is pretty slow against this board.
Draven comes down, not turn 3 attack token, which is a very rare case with Den. He's always seemed to have the turn 3 attack token, but in this case, the opposite. And now this gives a chance for this Meteor Shower to get some value if a crowd favorite is played, and I think it has to be at this point because it's going to become a 6-5 with Overwhelm, and you can Meteor Shower now and kill the Draven and the Poro, but that's all your mana, and you're still facing, a Flame Chopper that can drag your unit away, and then you still have 8 damage coming through.
You can develop maybe the Fangs here to offset a little bit of this damage.
But the Fangs can't trade with Draven, it can't trade with the crowd favorite. It doesn't really seem all that great.
Oh, the Equinox. Okay. So I'm thinking that So what do? You pull the Solari Priestess with the Flame Chompers, like you said. So then now the lifesteal has to either get offset by the Overwhelm damage or against the...
Yeah, you axe the Flame Chomper and then you just pull the Fangs that way. And get the kill. And now there's even worse trades now for the Priestess. And yeah, damage coming through, you get some lifesteal. You do still have kind of that buffer to heal up 3, so you're still getting the value out of the Fangs a little bit, going back up to 19. But again, turn 3, turn 4, 9 HP. This seems to be a recurring tradition here in this matchup between these 2 players.
Yeah, you've got the Equinox to stop the crowd favorite, but now you just can't keep up with this wide board. There is Mountain Goat, Sketcher, Duskbringer too, so there is a little bit of unit parity to be had from this position. And we're at the part of the game where Den doesn't necessarily need to start developing anymore before open attacking, right? Because you have that consistent damage of the Daring Poros that were boosted by Vision.
And you're trying to find something like a Poro Cannon into Flame Chompers to get more bodies on the board and maybe top deck something like a Vision, for example.
Ooh, the Serpent is amazing here. 0 mana card. Maybe try to answer one of these Daring Poros. But actually, wait, we still have the Whirling Death in hand from Draven. So you can actually still protect your elusive if you want to go for that line.
I think, yeah, we're going to have to see, but you can't axe here, so it doesn't really matter. You can't really Whirling Death anything here. Wouldn't make much of any sense. The Flame Chopper goes down. There's space for one more Poro regardless, so it doesn't really matter too much. You have... The biggest thing here now is going to be the elusive damage coming through, with the crowd favorite now not having Overwhelm and not really being a threat anymore. No Vision.
You can chump block a little bit, go down to 3. You're worried about Get Excited. There is double star shaping in hand, but like we talked about, when you're in a situation like this where your opponent has like such a wide board and a spooky Charmander that jump scares you, you aren't doing anything to answer the board. You're just stopping the bleeding with the star shaping.
Cosmic Rays seems to be pretty good against his board. That has to be said. And the hand is looking pretty bad for Den with little chance of really... He has to find some kind of a jinx or an experimenter.
Rays!
Cosmic Rays comes down. This is the first time this interaction has ever occurred. For someone to survive enough to play Cosmic Rays against discard aggro does not happen very often, but it happens here at Fight Night.
To boost the Draven here to survive, at least keeping 1 unit. And Den is seeing a little bit of game 1 happen suddenly, out of resources.
Did not find the jinx. We still have not seen an experimenter. The vision got mixed up with what turn it was supposed to be top decked. It was supposed to be last turn. This turn, there's no board to buff. Vision is very, very much late here. And once again, Den does not find the right top decks with this deck.
Oh no. Now you've got double Mountain Scryer, star shaping, and Pepsicola is clawing back into this game? I didn't think it was possible. Cosmic Rays. I want to know the total number of times that Cosmic Rays has actually been cast. It's got to be the least played Celestial of all of them.
It's possible. I was actually very proud of myself for even remembering the name when it came up to the handling. Let me shoot my 3-pointer and hope it goes in, because I wasn't 100% sure, but Cosmic Rays was there. Get Excited was top decked. Would have been nice before Star Shaping came in, but now at 8 HP, obviously there's enough of a window. Pepsicola not to be too nervous, and he has, of course, like you mentioned, the second Star Shaping in hand as well.
And so from this position, still no Augmented Experimenter. There is still a line with Jinx where, a few rockets, even despite the healing, if you can get Jinx to survive and you rep those rockets for 2 or 3 turns, you maybe can close this out. Because despite everything, Pepsicola isn't presenting a lot of threat at this point. The star shaping normally used to invoke a win condition and a big threat was used simply to answer the board. So there's no Immortal Fire, no things like that to worry about just yet.
The Traveler is a body on the board. Cosmic Inspiration is an option, I guess. If you want to go deeper into the Celestial pool that doesn't see much play because it's not really, tempo efficient in most matches, especially a matchup against discard aggro, you can't play Cosmic Inspiration, but this might be the case where you can actually do it and get away with it.
And so a little bit of damage still trying to be forced through here. Draven is, with the quick attack, a pretty consistent threat, I think, from this part, but we need rummages or something to discard these axes. Maybe, Den tries to go for actually leveling up Draven from this point to get an extra overwhelm threat.
And there's the Hush onto the crowd favorite, taking away the stats and the overwhelm as well. We could see a trade with the Vision, of course, and the axes and the Get Excited. So I think Den, this is his last turn to go all in and hope for some kind of miracle, but without any overwhelm and with all units blocked, no damage can come through, only, maybe more efficient trades for him. And with the 8 HP and the Star Shaping in hand and the 5 mana still available, it means that I think Pepsicola getting past this turn is now his stabilization point, and now there's really no chance for Den.
And even after that blowout play with the Cosmic Rays, there was still a window of opportunity there. Like if Augmented Experimenter or Jinx was the next card off of the top, and you start going towards that condition to keep up the pressure and the direct burn damage, you make something happen. But look at this. We've got 6 damage now in burn present in the hand. And, Pepsicola needs to not get too cheeky here. You did survive to this point, but we saw it before, like Freljord Shadow Isles, where you have tons of healing in your hand, but you're just opting to play some of these other cards instead, and then by the time you actually need to cast the healing, it's too late.
I respect Pepsicola as a player, and I think there's no chance he's ever going to go under 5 mana for the rest of this game, unless it's when he's using Star Shaping. That's going to be my guess. He knows that he's in full control. He just needs to take it slow and continue milking his opponent. There's no rush to win it here. He has infinite value in his hand compared to his opponent, and there's really no avenue at this point that Dan can find any kind of sneaky win, I think, with a 1 card per turn draw.
At that point, I think you could just cast the Star Shaping rather than floating the 5 mana. There is like a line where you're kind of baiting your opponent into going Hail Mary on a burn turn, and you just like 100% win the game. But at the same time, by casting the Star Shaping, you're getting, you know, the Destroyer or the Immortal Fire, something that's going to close out the game a couple rounds earlier regardless. It's just one of those things, the same way, you know, players hold on to Atrocity until they're kind of forced to use it.
I'm not sure about burning that card there. I think he should have definitely played something out after this last turn, but maybe just going for the mental fatigue. Obviously, it's going to be a bracket reset after this win. 1 more best of 3 happening, and if he allows Den to constantly think he still has a chance, Den is, you know, using up a lot of mental energy as well, and it might fatigue him for the next best of 3. This is the next level thinking from Pepsi.
Yeah, and then just like burning cards, you're just not even worried about making decisions anymore. You're mad with power.
It's what Target does to you. That's why I've never touched the region. I just strayed away from it. Kids at home, don't play Targon. It's a dangerous
Targon, not even once.
It's a dangerous deck to play. It's a slippery slope. The Gateway region.
And so now, like, you could play Traveler here. Just still Giga floating. There's still Atrocity. Like, as long as you get something with 4 HP in play, that you can just use Gems and Atrocity on it now. Too many good options. Look at this. Pepsicola is a kid in a candy store invoking right now.
I think I know what's happening. He's trying to pick every single Celestial card in the invoke pool in this game. That's what he's trying to do here. He's going to look. Oh, he picked Cosmic Race twice. It's a huge misplay from Pepsicola. Had to go for the new card there.
He, you know, just wants to make sure that the tournament isn't over too early. And getting the bracket reset is just so massive from this point anyway. Still has 5 mana open like you predicted. Just trading away the board. Silver Sister and the Trickster are going to survive this regardless.
Trades occur here. Draven and the Spider do survive. Draven, of course, quick attack, allowing that survival. Get Excited is currently disabled in hand. Well, now with the axe, it isn't, but still 6 HP for Pepsi. He has still the Star Shaping available. He's going to end the turn instead and go for the open attack here. That should seal the deal here, unless the Get Excited is used to kill off a unit. The plot twist we never expected, but instead it'll be a surrender from Den. The best of 3 is going to be a bracket reset for Pepsi, and we're going to the second best of 3 of this tournament in the grand finals. Both players have lost 1 series. It's going to be an equal parity, and whoever wins this next best of 3 wins this Fight Night Seasonal Showdown tournament.
We are finally seeing the lowest lows of Den's aggro lineup. I think that the explosions have been there. The force has been there, but discard aggro, you know, I still no augmented experimenter seen. Even after all those extra turns he got to keep drawing cards and looking through the deck, not even an augmented experimenter or a Jinx to try to come back and threaten. And the Cosmic Rays, holy smokes, the Star Shaping into Cosmic Rays and having it be castable that next turn was massive. I can't believe like I said, I've only seen Cosmic Rays cast like a handful of times, and definitely the first in the history of all Runeterra to have it save you against discard aggro specifically.
Yeah, and it was a very different series to the first one we saw in the winners final, where Den, you could say high rolled, you could say he found, you know, his deck worked how he expected him to. And this second series with discard aggro specifically, he seemed to not have the right cards going into the mid game. He had maybe early game good starts, but this you know, the hand from Pepsicola in this last game was very good at the beginning. Was missing Space Sketcher, but had the Mountain Goats, had the Fangs, had a lot of early drops. wasn't full of cards like the Temple and just unplayable cards in this matchup, for example. So the biggest thing will come down to that. I think these matchups are quite polarized and quite, depending on the card you draw, there's going to be huge swings in how the game plays out. I think Den was either unlucky or not as lucky as we've seen before. Maybe it's that relative, difference. But it comes down to if he finds, and these decks are decks that are almost built to high roll. They're decks that with Thresh Nasus and discard aggro, they're built to have explosive early mid games and just win through that. And it's so consistent that you're not really high rolling anymore. It's just the skill floor of that, or the high roll floor of that deck is that level basically. So if he finds that same level, I think Den is favored. But if he has those very clunky mid games with discard aggro, he might be in trouble.
And if you can find those cards to close out, like that's really all that matters. Even if you get your explosive opening, you set your opponent down to 9 HP. And then as long as you can draw the right couple of cards after that, you still close out, even if even if you don't have a lot of cards left in hand. And just that draw quality towards the mid game has just been so poor. And Den, I think, despite everything, has been playing the decks very well and sort of has learned a lot and kind of knows what outcomes to play around. And like, just for example, there was that game where Den played out an early Jinx when maybe there was a different line of play to be explored. And because with aggro, the games are so, that you burn bright and then you fizzle out, it becomes a lot harder to analyze what play was correct. And that sort of insight is something that you're only going to see at the highest levels like this, where players are adapting their game plan and their play style mid-tournament.
And you could always see, of course, a play that in the moment is made and it doesn't have a good result, and you think that was a bad play, but there was other times, maybe in 70% of the cases where it would have a good result and you don't get punished for it. So it's really hard to tell unless you have a lot of experience with a matchup and you've played it many, many times to know the exact perfect play in every single position. So it's hard to call even for us because we have caster vision. We can see all the cards. We can see what the top decks look like, etc. And even then, sometimes I think, I don't know what to do here. It's hard to call. So for the players, even more so, we'll see if Den opts, like you said, for a more all-in strategy, which maybe he has to, because Targon, if you allow them to get to the mid to late game, they take over, regardless of what deck they're facing. And like we saw here with Pepsi, he had complete control of the game past turn 7.
The Cosmic Rays fully wiping the board was the major factor. If that was a Meteor Shower and you're only moving 2 units, that's not doing enough damage control. And that's the only full board AoE like that Targon potentially even has access to. So it's not something that you're really going to be accounting for, I think, in any stretch of the imagination. But now Den has seen it happen, and that's just going to be locked in for his matchup experience going forward. And he was about as aggressive as you could be. There was no waiting plays or any cheeky sort of lines there. And then Spacey Sketcher coming through with the Serpent to have the extra body. Everything definitely lined up for Pepsicola there too. It's not just about Den having bad top decks. It's just the fact that Pepsicola was able to just stabilize at all. And you know what I mean? Once that happens, you're in completely uncharted territory.
And for a quick reminder for those at home, we are going to be starting the second best of 3 immediately. There will be no break between the bracket reset games as we usually do, or don't do, I suppose. Players are starting very soon. They just had a bit of a delay with the start of the game, and then that means we're delayed as well. But the action will begin shortly. I'm not entirely sure if the winners of this tournament get invited to the next week, because next week is the last week's winners, if that makes sense, because we're going to skip a week. But the prize money's still there, so the players, there's still something to play for. I think they care more about that than getting the re-invite. But obviously a very good showing from both Den and Pepsicola. I think we mentioned it in the winners final that I wouldn't be surprised to see this happening again, because Pepsi is a great player and got that win against Ultraman in the losers final as well.
The deck stacking up, you can see that when you shuffle the cards over and over again and you keep redealing them, you can see that even matchups that seem bad on paper can still come out ahead. And going into the bracket reset super grand finals, we've got Pepsicola opening up with Ezreal Draven into the Nasus Thresh.
And this is, you do have the turn 3 attack token, you do have the Curse Keeper, but Den seems to be missing his Caretaker that is, always popped up in hand when needed it. In this case, Not going to be it. The Butcher is the second best. We'll see if he top stacks the Caretaker. Okay, I was about to jinx it, but he has actually could be the double Curse Keeper into the Ravenous Butcher.
Yeah, I do like it. You get the Bakai Reaper on top of this. Does give Pepsicola an opportunity to develop at least one blocker here. You get potentially a really nice value trade against the Bakai Reaper, depending on how much damage you want to take here.
And the Curse Keeper you will be popping next turn with a Spirit Leech anyway.
Yes, you can still crack open one, which is nice. You're still threatening plenty of damage here. If you try to go for the value trade here, you're still taking an extra point of damage.
One Slay will get this Bakai Reaper to 3, which will still be, enough for Culling to kill it. So only going to be 4 damage. 16 HP at turn 3. This is very odd. I'm used to seeing this, at 8 to 9. So something seems off here. I think it's the Caretaker.
What's that weird number in front of the 6? I've never seen this before.
Definitely not on turn 3 in this matchup, but we see a Spirit Leech possibly coming down, killing the Curse Keeper, popping it, and getting the 2 cards drawn as well. And this, I think, really signals that the early game explosion is over for the most part, and this will be much more of a Nasus focused game.
And what's nice about Spirit Leech too is that your opponent is going to be able to use a removal spell to disrupt the draw like you would be when you're like all in on Glimpse Beyond, and still drawing some pretty awkward pieces here. Ravenous Butcher, you got the double Cursed Keeper, but now you're out of units that you want to sacrifice. At the very least, every instance goes towards helping out Nasus. There's 2 in hand, so maybe you play Nasus, then you get Siphoning Strike if your opponent taps down to get a strike, level him up.
I was going to say we could see a Red Negation here if he wants to try and push more damage and make use of his mana, because he's currently doesn't really have any plays he can make really with it. But yeah, the Mystic Shot is there to kind of deny both of these things.
And I'm just making sure, it looks like he did go for sacrificing the Mana Crystal over trying to slay a unit in order to try to push through that 7. So Mystic Shot to offset a little bit of that. And Pepsicola survives the early onslaught, but is left looking a bit thin here. The Tri-Beams are going to be cashed in and maybe get something really good to keep holding down this mid-game, because Nasus is looming.
I love the pass there. Obviously, Den was hoping for a unit to play Battle Feast on and then play Spirit Leech, and Pepsicola was hoping for a unit to play Tri-Beam on, so they just both passed. Like, nah, we're good. Let's go to turn 6. And now turn 6, Nasus is here, so he is somewhat online with a 6/6 stat line.
This is the 4-stack Thermo Beam to get a 4-drop here. Slightly higher chance of being able to block Nasus. And getting a nice 2-for-1, of course, removing a unit, and then generating a unit. Almost there! Solari Sunforger, premium 4-drop.
We'll be going for the block here, blocking the damage, of course, but now making the Tri-Beams and the Thermo Beams a little bit less ideal. Although, yeah, it still gives you the chance now to play Ezreal. And unless it was a Black Spear in hand, he would have got actually quite punished.
Well, I was expecting the 3-mana Ezreal into a 3-mana Thermo Beam, but because he's down to 2 HP, you open attack instead to finish off with Mystic Shot.
And it might be because he was scared of Black Spear. Once the Nasus dies, then it enables a Black Spear that could have been in hand to kill the Ezreal as well.
Yeah, so you can see that, the players are still playing very well against each other's deck lists. And, partitioning out your removal properly is key to this matchup. And Pepsicola is maybe going to be looking to get this next Tri-Beam up to 6 in order to answer a Thresh.
And the Ravenous Butcher being used just to really bump that HP up by 1 to make the Mystic Shot not a possibility, but now Get Excited instead comes in. And the Glimpse Beyond stops this. So the game is to try and kill the Nasus, but the Nasus is continually trying to run away from the damage, trying to get more and more HP. And now the Black Spear is here to kill the Ezreal once the Nasus does die.
And because of the Ravenous Butcher was already cashed in, we do have that active. You could go for Bakai into Spirit Leech if you think you can leave the Ezreal up for one more turn because he can't block Fearsome.
If you go for Random Negation here, then the Thermo Beam can finally kill the Nasus after 17 spells have been played to try and kill this poor guy.
I know, you don't really see this much play and counterplay since the Fiora Shen mirrors.
And this is all fine and dandy for Pepsicola. He does kill the Nasus in the end, but at what cost? His hand is now dwindled. He has a rummage to try and find more fuel. His Ezreal might level up, but he doesn't really have that many spells to go off of it. The right does get played, which is worth it due to the damage reduction and also the fact you're taking away that unit from Pepsicola.
Yeah, absolutely enormous here. That was Pepsicola's lifeline, and then the thermogenic beam needs to be cashed in to deal with this Nasus.
And Pepsi's thinking now, for one mana, is there anything he can do to stop this? Can I finally kill this dude?
And after everything, that's the first Nasus taken down. Dead gets to play a second one that is up to 9/9. So this is 9 mana Thermo.
If only the Ezreal was at 1 HP, he could kill it with a Vile Feast, get the Nasus to 10, and go for the open swing. and the +1 on the Bakai, so it would basically almost be lethal, but not quite there. Thankfully for Pepsi, his Ezreal can survive, or can level up rather, and now we'll see if Ezreal can do enough to try and win it here.
I mean, this is the makings. Leveled up Ezreal, Static Shock.
Draven with Rummage. Very good as well.
It's all coming together. There's no elusive blockers in Nasus Thresh. You don't have to worry about whether you need to go for the open attack or not.
The Static Shock looks even more appealing now. Thank you very much. I will kill your Spirit Leech. The 4/1 stat line not helping Den out there too much. But that is most of the mana now gone for Pepsicola for this turn, and most of the plays as well. We'll see what the Static Shock draws.
And if you had held that Nasus, that second Nasus, for a couple more rounds here, then it'd be at like a 10-10 or an 11-11. But I think Den just recognizes, this Pepsicola is almost out of gas, right? As long as I keep playing threats and forcing him to spend cards and spend resources, I'll eventually come out on top, right? Eventually.
I mean, the game plan is kind of inevitable with a chance that your Nasus keeps growing and growing as you kill stuff, and when you do finally draw that Nasus, then it's already a massive threat. Whereas with Pepsi, the only real equivalent of that is the Farron that has not been found just yet.
Yeah, even ending the round, keeping the Mystic Shot open. Oh my god, another Ezreal leveled Ezreal off the top is fantastic here. And from this position, Den is so scared of trying to develop Thresh because it can get cleared up by just a ping spell and Noxie and Guillotine, which we haven't seen yet, or just a big Thermo.
This is going to be a big play here, though, from the Caretaker onto the Ephemeral. You get the kill there. Thresh is maybe slowly starting to level up. Not quite there just yet, but it's a huge open attack swing here. And there isn't a clear way to deal with this Thresh. You have the Mystic Shot in hand, but you have to rummage for the rest.
Yeah, a lot of damage still coming through around the sides, regardless of the play.
Not great trades here, but Vile Feast will clean up one of these units that blocks one of the 2/1s. If the 2/1s are blocked, I will assume they are. Or I guess, obviously the Ephemerals can also decide what units to kill here out of Draven and the Sum Treasure.
So opting to pull the Ezreal here, set him down to 1 HP to maybe finish with Vile Feast.
It's definitely the biggest threat. Draven and Sum Treasure are obviously not really doing much of anything in the current board state. You have chump blockers for the Draven. Ezreal is the only card that can really take off. Maybe hoping to wait until Pepsicola plays a fast speed spell or something and then punish him and take away that 1 point of damage from the Ezreal as well.
Pepsicola has been playing this very patiently so far. And just opts for the Rummage here. It's burst speed. You need to draw cards anyway. Getting that 1 damage through.
It's a late Tri-Beam.
That is the third copy. That's the final one in the deck. And, just getting it stacked up to 1 or 2 here could be great at answering something. And Captain Farron off of the top. Everything's coming together for Pepsicola here towards the late game. Beautifully navigating the somewhat tame opening of this deck, and into the double Nasus.
The Thresh is at 4, I believe it was right there when we looked at it. So very close. The Vile Feast can kill the Ezreal. Only the Ezreal attacking seems like a mistake unless Pepsi thinks that he has to play around the Thresh level, but it's going to happen regardless. You have the box here as well that could obviously be a great trade.
even if, yeah, it's like if Thresh levels up, you pull the third Nasus out of the deck. Maybe you're trying to hold Captain Farron to have a bigger blocker against that Nasus. I think you need to push through with the Overwhelm and try to close this out before that becomes a possibility. Because now with big Nasus in play, with wide board in play, Atrocity is now the threat. Oh no! Top decks the Nasus, so can't get it off of Thresh. Has to play it down manually.
There's nothing in this deck. I guess Mystic Shot and Scorched Earth will do it. But you can the box now and just not Atrocity and get the level up on Thresh that way.
Goes for the Atrocity again.
You can't Mystic Shot and Scorch in the same action. So that's going to be GG. That's going to be the Atrocity going into face there for Pepsi. The level up on Thresh as well. And you had to do it in 2 different sequences. The Mystic Shot first and then the Scorched Earth. But there was no time to do it. So game 1 goes to Den. It was slower than we expected. It wasn't that huge explosive turn 3 that we were used to. It was only at 16 HP after that first attack. And then it ended up being just a Nasus game, but the third Nasus, I believe. So
yeah, that was the third one.
The last bullet in the revolver there to get down Pepsicola, and that'll be game 1 to Den. And Pepsi has to once again get the comeback in games 2 and 3.
And now getting the win off of Nessus Thrash the Nexus.
You're going for every different name variation.
I know. I can't help it. But now getting that, quote unquote free win with that deck, discard aggro has been the weak link so far in the matchup. And if Peps is going to get the sweep against discard aggro is going to be the way to do it. And in this opening hand, keeping a Mystic Shot and thinking about getting rid of the Ezreal, I kind of like keeping it. Maybe chump block Daring Poros. But another fantastic early curve to help live through this onslaught.
The Experimenter does exist in the deck. We have confirmation. He has finally found a spot in the hand. This rummage into double Flame Chomper into Vision next turn is looking pretty crazy. What is this? How do people do this?
Den is a good player. Look at the double augmented Experimenters. That shocked face is our reaction.
The Experimenter heard us talking shit. He's like, I'm in the deck. Don't worry. I'll show up when it matters in the grand finals bracket reset. Don't worry about it.
I know. You're 3 rounds early, mate.
The Ballistic Bot comes in. The Draven to answer from Den. The turn 3 attack token is in favor of Pepsi, but he doesn't really have much to do with it with his Ballistic Bot at 1-3. And the onslaught will continue now.
Static Shock? Oh, it doesn't come through.
The suit up does come through though, plus the possible axe onto Flame Chomper.
Oh, baby. Pulls the Ballistic Bot. And so just 5 more damage coming through. Again, not like a wide, ridiculous swing like we've seen, but just consistent damage every attack token to whittle your opponent down and then just let your burn carry. Now, Den has the option to play Jinx here on round 5 and Augmented Experimenter on round 6.
The Tri-Beam is really the big card this turn for Pepsi. He has to, I think, play it now for the value. Discard aggro in the same way that Ezreal, Draven, and just really any deck that has these 2 region combinations. They don't really have a way to heal their units or buff their units to health or heal their Nexus. So that's one thing where if the Jinx is at 3 or 4 HP and you have a Tri-Beam that is that much, then you can kill it for sure. Unless there's survival skills, of course.
And yeah, and again, the survival skills to just guarantee Jinx level up is so important here. And Den, I think, maybe learned his lesson from last time. Doesn't need to go for a quick level on Jinx here. Has the Augmented Experimenter anyway to probably draw into that second Jinx a bit more consistently. You've got a really wide board here. You've got the Whirling Death. We'll see exactly what's committed here because you can use the axes to just discard the other and Vision now and a Flame Chomper's in hand. This Augmented Experimenter, on top of drawing 3 cards and dealing 3 damage and potentially moving this Ezreal out of the way, is also going to AoE buff the board.
Would it not have been... Does the Experimenter get its own? Not playing the Experimenter actually.
So yeah, just going for the axis and the Vision,
and not allowing Tri-Beam to be a thing. Den proving to be a very skilled player. No Kappa this time. No high roll Kappas. No top deck Kappas. Actually, a very good play here. Not allowing the slow speed Tri-Beam to come down and get the 2-for-1 trade. potentially trying to go for the level up on the Draven. We saw there in the Oracle Eye.
Yeah, the level up on Draven.
And has Experimenter as a reactive play to what Pepsicola does. If he plays Ezreal or he plays some kind of more important unit, then he has the Experimenter to answer.
And you have to take this bait here with the Ballistic Bot because the risk of just passing is too high. And again, you just want to reload from this position. At 7 HP, you can get a Jinx off the top. You can get excited. So now we've got Jinx and then Zonite Urchin to get rid of the survival skills.
And Ezreal's still 3 out of 6. We have the Poro Cannon as well for discard synergy for Jinx. And there is currently no actual removal other than this Tri-Beam in the hand for Pepsicola.
I think it's only stacked up to like 3 from this position, right? 3 or 4, maybe. And now we've got the dual threat. We've got the Overwhelm on the Draven, maybe being threatened alongside a Whirling Death to remove that blocker to push through even more damage. We've got Jinx now coming down, Poro Cannon to discard the survival skills on reaction.
And Pepsicola seems to have a perfect, opening here with 2 3-drops into the Tri-Beam onto the Jinx, but the survival skills will absolutely ruin that party.
When survival skills is discarded, it protects your strongest unit automatically. So I think it is automatically going to protect Draven and not Jinx. But if you just cast it, it protects your whole board.
We'll see what the option is here for Den. Taking it slowly, has 10 mana to work with, so still, the option to play out, as we see here, the entire hand, looking at the mana addition there. And Pepsicola has to think now if he wants to play the Ezreal, if he thinks he's going to be in danger of anything. He is also at 7 HP, so it could just be, 2 get excited and then a Mystic Shot in hand he has to be wary of.
And this is the same suited up Flame Chomper from before, isn't it? Now it's boosted with Vision. But yeah, again, Zonite's coming down with survival skills to protect Draven from Thermo Beams or Tri-Beam, any sort of removal here, just maintaining that big threat. And now, with Poro Cannon being cashed in, you have potential for... Yeah, you see the Tri-Beam there? What's that hitting for? If it's just 3, then it won't matter. No, hits for 5. Draven lives.
I guess he's hoping to kill it. He doesn't have mana for Mystic Shot. I'm not sure why he's targeting the Draven. He's not going to kill it. There's still a big swing happening here. You can drag the Screeching Dragon away. There's not going to be a development here. The board is full. It's going to be an open attack, and you're at 7 HP.
So he sets it down to 1. I guess maybe he is hoping for Scorched Earth or a really sick Static Shock.
It was a very good sequence from Den, hoping that Pepsicola... I think Pepsicola did something so weird that it threw off Den, because he was trying to bait him into playing out all his mana, and then after everything was played out, he played the Jinx without there being any mana to answer, and played the Poros and leveled her up that turn. But Pepsi did something so weird that now he couldn't even do that. You can still drag this, the Screeching Dragon, and still attack. And there's no Mystic Shot, there's no ping in hand. That you were playing that as if there was a ping for the Draven, but there isn't right now. You have to rummage into it.
And we saw a little bit of this earlier in the bracket, where the players piloting this Ezreal Draven sort of play a little bit into the future. Where you just have to trust your deck.
There's a suit up for the Poro as well. Okay, you're gonna Ravenous the Draven now. You're going to suit up for +3 damage. But now Jinx has no answer. I mean, Jinx is going to come down, she's going to level up, and you have to find a removal for her for next turn. And Den is still at 19 HP. He's not at any kind of risk. He's just taking it slow and trying to play optimally. Yeah,
and then by getting the Jinx down in this position where both players are sort of, scraping the bottom of the barrel for their hands and for plays to make, the inevitability of the Jinx rocket has massive potential to just close out the game here.
I'm playing it very slow here by killing the Ezreal, the only card in the deck other than Farron that could really pose any kind of threat to this 19 HP. Draven, anything else, the board is, it's not going to be cleared in time for this to push through and do any damage. So playing it, I think, quite slow here, playing the Jinx out now with double Poros, the Jinx levels up, and now you have a chance to try and get the win condition of the Rockets over 2 turns.
So now Jinx comes in and levels. The top deck's going to be very likely to be discardable. House Spider and another Draven. So actually 2 slow plays that need to be made. You can play the Draven, get the Axe to discard the House Spider. But no Captain Farron, doesn't opt for Tri-Beam and Probulator to try to clear this Jinx. I think that was top decked, yeah, so you have to stack it up first.
And you can't get it to 3 this turn and still have the mana to use it, but there's going to be enough blockers, obviously, with the House Spider. I think you can just overwrite the Poros even as well. Yeah, I think that's... Or, yeah, I guess you have to do that first.
Yeah, keeping the Spinning Axe potentially off of the Draven when you play him to get a little bit more damage through. Snipe something with Flame Chomper, things like that. But yeah, Pepsicola is just...
You'll get 2 axes now from Draven, so you have to just use the axe on the axe and get the level up that way.
Okay, yeah.
Or the hand being emptied that way. But now the Tri-Beam onto the Jinx, it'll survive at 1 HP. It's only 3, and that's really all you can do, and that's it. Pepsicola's entire hand has been, he's thrown everything he can at this discard aggro deck, but then seems like he's not going to be giving up. Seems like he's going to be winning this game and this tournament because it looks very much in his favor. The Rocket comes in, 4 damage to the Nexus, 1 damage to everything on the board for Pepsi.
And even if you top deck, you know, that Ravenous or that Static Shock to answer the Jinx with the axes being part of the equation, you can just empty your hand pretty consistently at burst speed. And so is it correct to block with Draven here and get 2 more axes, or just rely that your next 2 cards that you draw will be something that you can get the Rocket at a reliable speed? It is going to block here.
Draven will be going down. We'll see what Pepsi top decks. He has to be able to take down the Jinx. I don't think there's really anything he can do here, though. Den's still very much healthy at 16 HP. Has an elusive Poro as well. So just go all in for that 1 attack.
So yeah, you get the 2 spinning axes added to the hand, and that just guarantees that your next 2 top decks, even if it's Augmented Experimenter and another House Spider, something that's going to be very slow, where you can't do it at burst speed, you are guaranteed to be able to do that.
And I mean, you just draw the Get Excited Scar.
Oh yeah, and also Get Excited is the thing.
Did you forget what the optimal play here was? Just draw the Get Excited, no healing in Ezreal Draven, and that will be game 2 going to Den, best of 3 number 2 going to Den, and the tournament, the Fight Night Seasonal Showdown, going to Den as well.
The aggro lineup came through at the end. The crushing victories in those sets leading up to the winners finals, all the way up to grands, and just waiting for the opponent, and having that extra life was so important. Like when you're playing these aggro lineups, you need as many chances as possible for that variance to come out in your favor. And Den just showcase, having that extra life is exactly what you want to go for in an aggressive matchup like this.
And then, of course, practicing with Ultraman teammate on TLG, both players in the top 3, so they did definitely something right in their prep. Ezreal Draven seems to be the deck to bring, or I guess discard aggro in this case for Den, but Noxus, PNZ, definitely, being in every single lineup here in the top 3. And Den, once again, showing up. I think he played great. I think this last play, even the way he was mind playing with a Jinx, which worked out in a weird way. But I think overall, he's had some high roll games. He had some nuts draws, and it's probably part of the reason why he brought this lineup, because those 2 decks perform at a very high level once you get the right combination of cards. But regardless, I think he played very cleanly as well. Played, really, I think no point in any game could I fault him for his play, even with cast revision. So big props to Den. I think he definitely put up a very, very good tournament.
Yeah, so big congratulations to him. We are now going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have a quick interview with Den to hear his insights into the metagame, his preparations, and maybe his thoughts for the upcoming seasonal tournament. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be right back. seasonal showdown. We're now going to sit down and have a quick interview with our newly crowned winner, Den. Congratulations, my friend. You beat down the upper bracket and was able to claim the grand finals for yourself.
Yeah, well, good thing the winner gets a freebie in the finals. That was really helpful.
I think I saw in your message to Pepsicola, you didn't know there was a bracket reset. Is that correct?
No, I knew there was a bracket reset, but I didn't know if there was a break in between both. If we're supposed to wait for an admin to tell us anything. So no, I knew that. I asked several times.
Gotcha.
To previous winners.
If not, it must have been a pretty good surprise. Like, oh, I lost the tournament. Oh, wait, I have a second chance. But regardless, you deserve the second chance, of course. If you haven't lost yet, there's going to be a bracket reset. That was obvious. But congrats on the great tournament run. Can you talk to us a bit about your lineup and kind of the decision to bring these two decks? And do you think that's just the best lineup to bring to this specific format?
Well, there are two things that I'm sure about Fight Nights, and I did really poorly in the first two. It's because I was overthinking it most of the time. And the thing is, 2-deck format, no bans. I believe just pick your 2 best decks. Like everybody that you're gonna face are most of the time amazing players. They know what they're doing. So my goal is this time I'm just gonna bring decks I'm good at and I can adapt based on matchups. And the other thing I had going on was I'm expecting a lot of S-Dravens and I'm expecting a lot of Zoes. I didn't go so well on the Zoe. Only Pepsicola had it, but I think the S-Draven read was pretty on point.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the Nasus Thresh deck, this is a deck that a lot of people were claiming were very strong a week or so ago, like right before the nerf and a little bit afterwards. Were you one of the early adopters of this list, or did you pick it up very recently after it really started to put up some big numbers on Masters?
I started picking it up last weekend because I was in the top 16 of the Twin Suns tournament. The problem is I did incredibly poorly then there, and I had a scout deck as a third, and it just wasn't working anymore with S-Draven coming back in the metagame and things like this. So I felt like I needed a change. I tried a couple decks, and just Nasus Thresh was the one I felt the best. And actually, at the start, I wanted to bring Lee Sin instead of it. And then I said, seasonal is close. Let's use this as a good practice, and let's just bank it in. And then I just went with that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of top players really are able to utilize these tournaments outside of just ladder setting, which is quite different, as kind of a practice run against, again, this is a seasonal showdown. So all these players are top 4, top 8 cut seasonal players in terms of the quality. So I think it's some great practice. And I guess maybe you're going to go for your second seasonal win in the upcoming weekends because you're right now, looks like you're on pretty good form to do just that.
Yeah, well, I've played a lot lately because I wanted to secure that 7-2 tiebreaker, which went horribly wrong for now because I've been doing it with decks I wanted to try. So don't do that if you want to win some games. Don't try decks when you're actually trying to win. And otherwise, I think like it just honestly clicked like last night or this morning with the deck, and I just felt incredibly better with the deck today than I felt the last couple of days. So I guess just the right time, and maybe I was more motivated because I actually knew all these guys and respect most of them like a lot. So maybe I just played better because I knew the competition was also way higher.
Yeah, we've definitely heard of that happening before, where if it's a player, sometimes even if it's a player you dislike and you just want to give them you want to hand them an L, sometimes that's the motivation you need. But when it comes to like the other players that you do respect, did you want to maybe give a quick shout out to some players that did help you prepare or maybe gave you advice for, pushing you to bring this lineup today with what you're confident with?
Well, in the tournament, obviously, like it's always going to be Ultraman because we actually work together on the TLG snapshot that is every Monday. And otherwise, my 2 friends that have been casting me all day, Volvi and Trek from the French community, which are just they're not try-harding as much as I do because they have other things in their life, but they're just really good card game players, which I can talk with, and they can just, that kind of different angle from someone that isn't in the game, but is just good at cards. And sometimes they just think outside the box, and that helps. That helps me a lot.
Interesting. As a very last question, obviously the seasonal is coming up. We've talked about it a bit. You're the winner of the first seasonal, so your opinion, I think, is valued very highly in this community, and you've kind of proven why that is the case. What is your general idea, if you care to share, maybe you want to keep it secret, going into this next seasonal in terms of the meta, in terms of what decks you might think are going to be brought by many players or you're thinking to bring yourself?
I think this one's gonna be different because this is where the format change happens.
Mhm.
So we go 9 rounds instead of 5, and I think that's the biggest thing to take from it, is that we shouldn't approach it the same way. Like, I think 9 rounds, a fatigue element is gonna come into play. More knowledge, like you're gonna see more decks, more matchups, more everything, pretty much.
Mhm.
So I think comfort and preparing your lineup instead of your matchups might be a little bit more important this time around, simply because you're going to see more decks and play for a longer time. So you can't rely on banking the right matchup a few times. Like, you have to hit them 9 times. And I think that's just too much to pray on that.
And maybe that might indicate, decks like Ezreal Draven and certain decks that can kind of have a bigger, a wider field of decks they're kind of good against, so that you can adapt to better instead of just polarized matchups that you're trying to just get that exact matchup and just win off of that.
Definitely. I think like broad matchup decks like Ezdraven, Thresh Nasus, Zoe decks, obviously. I don't know if she's going to be paired with Isol, with Lee, with Diana, or whoever she wants pretty much at this point in the metagame. But yeah, these decks and champions that are rewarding you for kind of being able to adapt on the fly and reading the situation correctly, I think they're going to do great in the seasonal.
Yeah, so really, honestly, thank you so much for that insight, especially heading into the seasonal tournament. We had a lot of viewers today who are tuning in to see your performance today, and also maybe get a little bit of a preview of the decks that the upper crust of the competitive scene thinks is good and viable here. So again, thank you so much for the extra time. I know it was a pretty long run. Despite this being a pretty quick tournament, you qualified for grands pretty early and had to chill and wait. So I know you're probably really excited to get back to the rest of your day and enjoy your win. So thank you once again.
Thank you a lot, guys, for inviting me and for the interview. I have one question. I don't even know if you know it. Since this was a seasonal special, do I actually get invited back, or is it the guys from last week that are just going to take the cycle again?
We asked that question on air, actually. I also the thought popped into my mind. We're not sure yet, but we'll get back to you in the back end.
They'll be in touch. They'll be in touch.
All right,
great. We're just pawns in the system. We don't make the rules here. There's higher ups. So we'll let you know once we do know as well. Then,
if it's my decision, we're gonna have you back over and over. Really great games today.
Can we get that guy like at the commanding position or something close to it, please?
Promotion, you heard it. Seasonal, the fight night winner and seasonal champion wants to have a promotion for Scarzig.
Let's go. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
But once again, congrats, Den, and thank you for the great showing and the great performance, and we'll hope you do just as well on the seasonal as well.
Thank you guys for casting, and of course the whole team of Giant Slayer for organizing. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Bye.
And so for those of you who are still hanging out, I want to thank you for sticking around for this post-game interview with Den, our newly crowned champion. And you can also stay tuned for more Fight Night action that we have coming down the pipe. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the NA Fight Night. It's going to be a few hours from now. And that's going to be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for those of you who are on the West Coast of North America. But the EU viewers, it's going to be 11 p.m. Did y'all change times?
Midnight.
No, it is midnight.
Sorry, you almost had it. You were 2 out of 3 going for the third shot, and you missed it.
I flew too close to the sun.
It is going to be midnight for the EU viewers. So just in 3 hours, 30 minutes. It was a very quick tournament, so a bit more than usual. But we will have Casanova and Blevins taking you through the Americas tournament as well. But definitely stay tuned on this channel in that time as well. But we'll catch you guys next week for more Runeterra action.
Have a good one.